Welcome to a very special edition from Tides of Change. This is a May the 4th one-shot game. Tonight's session is going to be relatively unique in that it is characters that have appeared in Tides of Change games over the last year or so. Our opening crawl is in the YouTube notes, but I'm going to go ahead and read it, and then our cast will introduce themselves as well. In the vacuum of chaos, many galactic powers have come and gone. The Imperial Remnant has collapsed into the deep core, and few remaining outer systems. The Alliance to restore the Republic has done just that, and the fledgling Republic struggles against the Empire, as well as other galactic powers that have stretched their borders into chaos. The Mandalorians, the Hapan Consortiam, the Hutt Cartels are just to name a few. In this time of chaos, old enemies and acquaintances find themselves called to the remote world of Vashj V, where perhaps a new peace will be forged, as a new threat has arrived on the galactic scene, or they all will burn before the might of a new conqueror. So if everyone would, we'll start off with Sean introducing himself, and then we'll go with Devin, Alan, and John.
Alright, first off, I gotta apologize if you hear my kids in the background. I'm Sean. I run the channel The GM's Dice. I've played Drogon for Andre's campaign 6 and have not had the chance to play him for almost a year now, and am stoked to play him again. He is a Mandalorian of much known infamy and fame. He's a cold-blooded murderer. He murdered his own sister, and he's now ready to, after living a lifetime of doing things for himself, he's ready to do things for the clan, and he's ready to die tonight to make sure his clan furthers themselves. So let's see how tonight goes, guys. Next.
Happy May the 4th, everyone. I'm Devin from the What the Dice YouTube channel. I'll be playing Cordo Voss. He's from the Urnaj Assault campaign on our channel there, run by Stephen Green. And Cordo is the son of Quinlan Voss, and he's grown up on the run following the events of Order 66 and the Jedi Purge, and but he's been separated from his father pretty early on in his life, and his last memory is a darkened forested hilltop and the flash of green and crimson lightsabers before he was separated and his father was taken by the Imperials. And since then he's joined the rebellion, and he has earned the rank of general by this time as a result of his exploits there. And yeah, really excited to join these guys and to be part of Josh's game.
Hi guys, I'm Alan. I'm also representing the What the Dice channel today. That's where I play most of my games. Today I will be reprising the role of Galvin Tark. He was an Inquisitor of the Red Hand in one of John Allen Large's trilogies, which was amazing to play in, and this character proved to be a lot of fun to play. And I'm fortunate enough to, take up the mantle once again. He is a High Inquisitor of the Red Hand. He's a pretty cold fish, and for this one shot, since he last appeared in a game, he's just thrown all of his energies into like training, and he left the books behind, and he's been hitting the gym, and now he's just pretty strong with the Force and physical combat. And since the death of the Emperor, he's made it his personal mission to bring the galaxy back to the order of the Empire, because that's things ran smoothly when the Emperor's in charge. So we've got to bring it back, no matter what. That's me.
Hi, I'm John. Master of Flowers is my handle online. I'm playing Captain Tico. We will see how he has progressed over the years, from his narcissistic, psychopathic ways to where he is now. Probably the same. Perhaps not serving one master, but serving himself as the master now, having progressed. He is representing the cartels, whether that's the Droid Cartels or the Hutt Cartels or the Black Sun in this endeavor. Probably because they didn't want to send anyone too valuable, so they sent in Tico to deal with it, who has a knack for just surviving any situation.
Alrighty. To give people a little bit of the feedback, this the cast of this episode was decided on by fan poll in the Tides of Change channel. So anyone that participated in any of the games over the last year or so that Tides of Change has been doing its games was up for vote. All of these are reoccurring characters. They are not new characters for this game. The concept of this game came from this particular piece of artwork that I found that I just had to figure out a way to make a one-shot around. And as you can see, we've got an Inquisitor, rebel leader of some kind, a Mandalorian, and someone else, which in this case wound up being Captain Tico. The idea that we had is that these are all movers and shakers in their various organizations. So they are built with 500 XP and 100,000 credits, as well as each of them having a ship that they're arriving in. The Inquisitor is a TIE Advanced. The Cordovas has a B-Wing that the Alliance has given him. The Mandalorian has a Beskar fighter, which, for those of you who have read the Legacy of the Force series, is a fighter craft that is more heavily armed and armored than pretty much anything other than like the TIE Defender in the expanded universe. And then Tico has his freighter. And we just lost Tico again. Hopefully he'll be able to make it back. The invitations that they all received to come to this meeting, where they basically were informed that their galactic interest and their ongoing interests were threatened, was sent to them by this fan favorite, none other than Grand Admiral Thrawn himself. The isolated world where they have been given coordinates to, when they arrive in system, each of them will be arriving. Basically, they're given a particular time, so they're all probably arriving within a few hours of that time. When they get there, there is a single Star Destroyer, Imperial Deuce, that is in orbit, that is ensuring that and there are fighters that are basically orbiting the planet and scanning and whatnot, that are ensuring that no one other than the four aforementioned ships are landing on the planet. They are imposing a small blockade where no other allies of any of the four are being allowed to the meeting. So that's where we will be picking up. And does anyone have any thing that they want to accomplish before the initial meeting at this? As you can see, as you probably saw in the concept art, there is a moisture farm in the barren Badlands that, like, there is no actual spaceport here. It is basically you're landing your ships on Badlands type terrain.
Just for the record, can I actually have like a chauffeur?
Actually, we'll say that you're being flown in by
Phil.
Phil.
Yeah,
Technician
actually.
Phil.
Just because
That's
my
kind of
pilot,
consistently promoted as your power
great.
level has gone up in the galaxy. I mean, but yeah, he can be your pilot. And some of you, I know, got droids to help you with that, or have invested in some piloting skill yourself. So, but yeah. So when you guys land, the odd array of your four ships are there. And the two Force-sensitive members in the group, you will feel in the Force the presence of the other one, as well as you'll feel the presence of Drogon and Tico as well as Thrawn. So you each feel 4 strong, like a powerful dark or light side presence in the Force, as well as 3 other life forms in close proximity to the moisture farm. You also can each feel the presence of about a dozen other sentient life forms in the area. And it looks like we've lost Tico. He's been having storms, so I guess we're going to 3 tonight. If he makes it back, great, but we'll just keep going without him. He apparently his astrogation computer failed and he did not arrive to the meeting.
How far away are the other individuals that we would sense or scan or whatever? Are they short range or further away than short range?
Long and extreme. You get the idea that they've set up a perimeter of a couple hundred yards around this moisture farm, where they are providing another ring of security, basically.
Given the fact that Thrawn is known to be honorable, but he is a representative of the Imperial Remnant to some degree, and the extreme dark side presence that he would feel as well on the planet, Cordo would approach cautiously. He would definitely be scanning the area, looking for signs of ambush or a trap or something like that, since he is a general of the New Republic.
Right.
Meeting these individuals.
Well, the only ships that you spot are, like each of you spot the other 2 members' ships. There is no obvious ship that has dropped Thrawn off here, other than the Star Destroyer that was in space, so presumably he was dropped off and that there's a shuttle waiting to pick him up or whatever. So you each see, like, Galvin, you'll sense a B-Wing and a Crom Core fighter. Drogon, you'll see a B-Wing and a TIE advanced. And then Cordo, you see a TIE advanced and a I have a hard time saying that name. Core fighter. So when you guys make your landings, there's no issues unless you guys make them. And I guess whenever you land and make your exit from the ships, you can make introductions if you want, or you can say your characters already recognize each other once you see each other if you want as well. By reputation, if nothing else.
Cordo will exit his ship, and when the hatch opens, he'll emerge from his ship, and he's wearing the dark robes that you see in his character image, and he'll put the cowl up in case there's a lot of dust blowing around and whatever. And he'll pause for a minute, and he'll close his eyes and take a slow, deep breath, and there'll be a faint ripple of the Force in the air. And then he'll open his eyes and calmly walk towards any individuals that are currently standing outside of their ships as well, the meeting spot.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to think Drogon is already standing outside of his ship with these 2 large K9 hunter droids that look a lot like, well, I mean exactly what their name is, look a lot like dogs, like canines. And one at each side sort of petting them as if they were actual real animals.
Gotcha. And Galvin?
Like the ramp will come down, or the hatch will open, or whatever, and like a heavily robed figure, like kind of like blood red robes, is very similar to my overlay. This figure with the cowl pulled really low will just start shuffling slowly down the ramp. Like he'll get to the bottom, and then like he'll just turn in the direction of Corto and sniff the air and just kind of like stare at him.
Cordo will stand there, and he'll regard Galvin's approach, and he'll be standing there, relaxed, but in a still somewhat ready stance with his hands in his robes in front of him, and he'll just stare coldly at Galvin's approach, and when he sniffs at him or whatever he does, he'll just grin a little bit, but otherwise not react. And he'll wait to see what this meeting's about.
After a few moments after you guys have landed and made your exits, you'll see the light, like the equivalent of the porch of the moisture farm here, come on, and an inviting light from inside beckons, basically.
Drogon would begin to head that way, and as he does, he'd sort of look over one shoulder at the other two and, well, what are you boys waiting for? We're going to have to do this someday. And continue heading that direction.
Galvin would still be looking in the direction of Corto, but he won't say anything. He'll just slowly start kind of shuffling towards where the the light is to the building we've been kind of indicated to. But he'll still be looking in Corto's direction.
As you guys make your way to the building, Drogon obviously being the first one to enter at this point, it sounds like. In the building, there is a elegant table that is out of place. Like, the insides of this building does not look like a moisture farm at all. It has clearly been staged for this meeting. It looks like the array that you would see at one of the finest dining establishments on Coruscant or any of the major core worlds, that sort of thing. Inside, you see 3 protocol droids that are what you know to be server droids of different kinds, and you can see that they're working out of the back room. At a large wood grain table, there is 5 seats at the table. Grand Admiral Thrawn is sitting at one of them. One of the things that's interesting about this table is it is round. It is not where anyone is sitting at the head of the table or on any particular side. And there are 4 other empty chairs and place settings at the table, and there's what looks to be appetizers at each setting that are cold apps, basically, that could wait till people arrived, type thing. And he is sitting there patiently. He's got his hands steepled just like in the picture there, and he is just waiting.
Yeah, Drogon, as he enters, he'd find a seat that's probably the closest that he could get to Thrawn.
Okay.
And he'd sit down, sort of kick back a bit, and put one foot up on the edge of the table, and whistle at these 2 droids, and they'd come and curl up and lay down right at his feet.
Okay. The next thing that you notice is that as you're making yourself comfortable at that seat, one of the protocol droids makes his way over, and whatever it is that someone with basically infinite intelligence resources could find out is Drogon's favorite drink is being served, and the same thing will happen for each of you as you choose your seat, basically. So, like, if yours is Corellian whiskey of a particular year and vintage, that is what is being served for you. So, and they're not even opening the bottle until you have chosen your seat, so that there's little chance that you would believe that it was tampered with or anything along those lines. So,
when Cordo comes in the room, he will also take a seat. He'll make a point of sitting directly across the table from Galvin, and he'll just lean with his elbows on the table, just still regarding him with a cold face, and his eyes watching him. And when the protocol droid...
If you're waiting for Galvin to sit, then that means you're entering the room and then waiting for him to pick his seat so you can sit as much opposite him as possible.
Well, I mean, he went ahead of me through the room first. Okay. So if he's already sitting somewhere, I'll wait to see what he does. But I'm assuming he's also gonna be generally at the table somewhere. So wherever he is, I'll be across the table from him. Okay. But regardless of what he's doing, I'm gonna sit at the table, lean with my elbows on the table, and when the protocol droid comes, I'm gonna ask him for Corellian whiskey, and I'm gonna ask for the year that the second Death Star was destroyed. That's going to be my favorite year for Corellian whiskey.
And is that something that he has done before at different events? Like, that's something that intelligence would have been able to gather that about him? That's his
They
favorite.
would know he likes Krill and whiskey.
Okay.
They might not know like that he has a particular year. So he could make it more of a question, like he's just asking what the year is and expressing his preference for that particular year.
All right.
With a pointed look.
I'm going to say since your character has not made a point in history, like with his history of specifying that year before, that the year that they actually have is your birth year, for lack of a specific year in your intelligence gathering base, or for someone to intelligence gather.
Okay. Well.
That's the year they have available at the moment.
All right. Well, I'll accept it with a slight disappointment that it's not my favorite year, but that's fine. Anyway, I'm going to take it. I won't drink from it. I'll just set it beside me.
Okay. Galvin, when you entered, did you sit on the other side of Thrawn, apart from Drogon, or did you sit somewhere else?
You said it's a round table.
It is a round table with 5 seats. Basically, if you count them clockwise, seat 1 is currently occupied by Thrawn, and seat 2 by Drogon. So I need to know where you sat, so we know whether or not you and Corto are sitting next to each other.
Well, I would have sat. I'm guessing. So if it's like, well, I would have been in like maybe seat 3, which is kind of opposite Thrawn.
Okay, so you're next to Drogon. So that means Corto is sitting next to Thrawn in seat 5, with an empty seat between the two of you.
Sounds about right.
Okay. So yeah, once everyone is seated and served with their various drinks, Thrawn says that I have been informed that our last guest will not be arriving. Apparently he met with a delay in his hyperspace. You know how the unreliable smuggler ships can be when they are not kept to military standards that the 4 of us use. Says, welcome. I thank you each for accepting my invitation. I hope that I am able to impress on you the importance of the mission that I feel warrants calling the group of you together. But first, we have arranged for dinner, if any of you are hungry. If you are not, just indicate to the droid. And basically, each of these protocol droids ends up hovering near each of your seats, and like each of them is your personal server, basically, as they go about the process. A 4th droid appears that is serving Thrawn, and he is eating, and basically he makes a point of, as each course is served, it's not like he's eating in the sense of getting full, but he makes sure that his plate is served first out of each of the 4, and then he takes a bite first, so that you guys realize that basically making sure that doing everything he can to keep up his honorable reputation and that sort of thing.
When the food arrives at Corto's table, he'll just wave away the protocol droid and the food, and he'll say, "Oh, thank you, Admiral, but I seem to have lost my appetite. I'll pass on the food for now."
He basically he goes through the motions. Drogon and Galvin, do either of you partake in the meal?
Oh yeah, Drogon does what's probably a no-no in Mandalorian culture, but he takes his helmet off and puts his foot back down off the table and sits there and just has a pleasant meal.
Okay. Galvin, do you enjoy it, partake, or no?
No, there'll be like probably a plate of food and a drink, but it just remains untouched.
Okay. Basically, since only 2 people are eating as they finish each course, the protocol droids clear all 4 courses and whatnot, and it is a nice meal, just like you would expect from a high-powered admiral with nearly limitless resources as far as the galactic scale goes. Once dessert is finished, he clears his throat and says, "Well, I can tell that tension is high, so I will get to the point. Regardless of your personal opinion on Emperor Palpatine's work," he says, and as he says that, he looks from Galvan to Cordo, he did impose order on the galaxy, whether or not you liked his methods. And then he'll glance at Cordo and Drogon with that statement. And then he continues and says that my intelligence has learned that the Empire has been infiltrated at the highest level since its founding 21 years ago. That there is a being, images are sketchy as to gender or race that I have, who has been gathering items and intelligence from within the Fallen Republic and Imperial sources for over 20 years. At this point, the table that you guys are sitting at, basically the nice little elegant placemats where your meals were served, suddenly flip, and there are now view screens open in front of you, like iPad style, and each of you get your own image projected of this individual, and basically it's from each of the 4 spots around the table. It's a holographic image that pops up, and it's 4 different scenes. One of them shows a cloaked individual, and the timestamp on it shows that it is 2 years after the founding of the Empire, and this cloaked individual is walking out of the ruins of the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. One of the scenes shows an individual leaving Echo Base of the Republic on Hoth before the Empire assaulted it. The timestamp indicates it's about a month before the Empire attacked and destroyed Echo Base. These images appear to be the same person. Another one shows that this person leaving Jabba's palace before his death. And the last image shows him having a meeting with Boba Fett at one point. So all 4 of these images indicate that this individual has been moving around the galaxy. The timestamps are scattered over the last 20 years, approximately. He says, as you can see, this person clearly has the ability to go unnoticed in some situations and has access to some of the more powerful people in the galaxy. There is no record as to who this person was, but I have determined that this person is either a Jedi or a Sith, or some other lightsaber-using, force-wielding maniac. At which point the images all flip, and there is now a central image that is basically compiled of this individual in the robes, and it's basically got him leaving somewhere, and it's compiled, and it shows him actually using having a double-bladed lightsaber lit in the image. Let's see here. Here's the link that I shared in one of our spoiler videos. Basically, this is the image. He says, because of the coloration pattern of the lightsabers, I believe that he is Sith in nature, or possibly a Inquisitor of some variety, although I know the lightsaber coloration is not a dead giveaway of either of those. He glances at Galvan at that and kind of nods, knowing that, indicating respect that Galvan's is not of those shades himself. Here's the problem. I believe that this person manipulated events so that the first Death Star destroyed the planet Alderaan for motives that had nothing to do with what actually happened. I believe he is trying to find and unlock something that, if done, would be a threat to the galaxy. And at this point, the image changes, and a historical figure with a date from about 3,500 years ago says, this was one of the last emperors of the Sith Empire. He had what was called the Eternal Fleet, or the Eternal Empire. He almost crushed the Republic and it's said that his fleet is still in existence somewhere in the galaxy, and that he made a holocron that tells someone how to use it. And he lets that linger for a moment to see what kind of reactions the group gives.
Can I make some sort of knowledge roll to see if I recognize this guy? Because, you know, he's clearly, rumors are maybe he's Inquisitor, maybe he's Sith by his... Can I make some sort of roll to see if I'm aware of this?
You can make a knowledge... If you want to, you can make whatever knowledge is your best, and just let me know which one it is, and like whether it's Outer Rim or Core Worlds or whatever, and it'll influence what kind of information you get on it. So,
I'll probably go with lore actually, because if he's been around for 20 years, you know, against what do you want? Standard, hard?
This will be difficulty. Let's see here, because of his adversary level, it will actually be difficulty of 3 red. And 3 black dice due to levels of indistinguishable.
Okay, so no boost dice because, like, you know, I'm actually Inquisitor myself and got, you know, access to this kind of effect.
I mean, like, if you go actually to a database and start researching, that'd be one thing, but, like, just off the top of your head.
Off the top of your head, okay. Well,
yeah, no, you don't have a clue. Yeah, you've never heard of this guy. The images and such are... the one thing I will say with that advantage, you know that the Emperor quarantined the Jedi Temple. Even the Inquisitors were not allowed to go to the Jedi Temple. You have not been there unless you've gone since the Emperor's death. So the fact that this guy got in does hold some significance to you, at least.
Corda would be watching that too. Once it's revealed that this is potentially a dark side Force user, he'd be looking at Galvin to see if there's any recognition that he gives away when the image of this figure is revealed. And since he sees none, he'd look at Admiral and he'd say, so this individual is not another one of the Empire's rabid dogs let loose?
No, not to the best of my intelligence gathering. To the best of my intelligence gathering, he has been moving in the galaxy longer than the Empire has existed. The earliest hints that I have found of him actually predate the Clone Wars. So even before the events that most say brought about the rise of the Empire or the fall of the Republic, depending on your perspective, he was already doing things in the galaxy. Some of the information I'm gathering indicates that he may have been partially responsible for some of the important events throughout that period. It is my belief that something that was stored on Alderaan in a place that could not be scanned from space, in the destruction of Alderaan, a energy source may have been able to be exposed, because if this device is actually a key, whether it's the holocron itself or something that could lead to it, it may have been able to survive the blast and be found by this individual. That is what my current analysis and intelligence gathering is saying, that there is a group, a mining consortium that has been mining the asteroid belt, and I have found links to this individual with that mining consortium.
And what do you think the 3 of us can do about it, or 4 of us in this case?
Well, I believe that you have the unique skill set to deal with this individual if you're able to find him. And that by amassing a group such as yourselves to do this task, I ensure that if the key to the Eternal Fleet is found, that you all will keep each other in check, ensuring that it does not re-enter the galactic power scene.
So what would you like us to do with this individual when we find him?
Whatever's necessary to stop him in his conquest to eradicate billions of lives.
How do we know that your interest in this is not to acquire the holocron or control this fleet for yourself, for the Remnant?
He gives a thin-lipped smile. He says, "You do not, and that is why I am not going with you."
Do you know where this individual might be? How are we supposed to find him?
The latest
He's
lead
so
that I have involves the mining consortium that is mining the ruins of Alderaan. I believe that he has recently visited there. They have a command ship that's there overseeing the mining operations, and I believe that that is the strongest lead at the moment. If I find further information, I will, of course, forward it to you wherever you happen to be, that I'm able, if I'm still able to communicate with you.
Well, it's always nice when I get the opportunity to return to Alderaan.
And I never, for my part, I can't say I ever shy away from taking out the trash in the galaxy, so to speak.
He nods to that, and he looks to Drogon, since Drogon's being quiet compared to the two Force users.
You're paying. I'm going.
Actually, I'm not paying.
Well then, if there's money to be had, I'm going.
That there is. If this guy is as influential as I believe he is, there will be plenty of assets for you all to seize for your respective factions, I'm sure.
Where there's trouble and chaos, there's always coin to be made.
Yeah.
Spoken
And
like
people...
a true mercenary.
Yep. Alright. So, with that, we will screen wipe to you guys making your way to Alderaan. Is anyone making a pit stop along the way, or are you guys heading straight to Alderaan in your various vehicles?
I would have updated. I would have updated the New Republic and whatever status the Jedi Order is in at this time, and with this information, and let them know that I'm investigating this situation.
How much detail do you give on the task?
If I'm confident that the communication is secure, then I would provide the details that I know, since there's not that much that I know. Just I would summarize the fact that he's an influential figure that's been manipulating events, possibly key events in recent history, galactic history, and that he poses a credible threat to the current status quo, and I should need to investigate this. And I would just give a general description of him as well, to try and see if the Republic intelligence network can come up with anything as well.
Okay.
Or just so they can keep an eye out for him anyway.
All right. Anyone else doing anything similar? Or?
Yeah, I would have made contact with the Red Hand and just explained what I saw on the holovid of this guy coming out the temple, you know, appearing on Hoth, and just you know, because it sounds like somebody we should be aware of at the very least.
Right.
And I was quite, you know, mystified that I'd never, you know, this whole thing was completely unfamiliar to me, considering my status.
Well,
so, yeah.
So Galen and
Galvin.
Galen and what was it? Zash?
Oh yeah.
The other three. I mean, the two of them are the more sage-oriented. I think one of them actually had the sage specialization. So they Also, they indicate that they will inform you if they're able to uncover any additional information for you. And good hunting. All right, Drogon, do you report to anyone as well, or are you just going to go and continue your hunt?
Yeah, no, I've got nobody to report to, so as long as my fighters got fuel, I'm headed there.
Okay. Alrighty, then we will screen wipe in as you guys are popping out of hyperspace in the Alderaan system. And as you arrive, go ahead and give me a computers check. This will be difficulty 3 for your sensors. And you'll have 2 setback dice because of the asteroids flying around for the Alderaan Remnant itself. Okay, so
3 success and 2 threats for me.
Alright, so Sean, Drogon sensors, with those 2 advantages, you do find a mining command ship. It looks like it's a retrofitted. Actually, you know the donut droid command ships from Episode 1. It's a retrofitted one of those that it looks like it's got where the lower decks, rather than being full of fighters and whatnot, are storage pods where Galafi freighters can park, and it's got droid mining vehicles that it's basically working off of. That are you find the hub where they're working. Corto, since you got successes and threats, you spot, your sensors pick up a group of cleverly disguised probes that are in the asteroid field itself. Because of the threats you got, though, you're not. I mean, you spot them. You confirm at least 3 of them that are disguised as smaller asteroids. But with the setbacks, you're not able to project their trajectory through the asteroid field, so you wouldn't be confident going in after them, type thing. Because you're not really sure where they're going. But you do pick up 3 different probes moving through the field. And
do I recognize the energy signature? Like, are they Imperial probes or?
No, they
just
are
generic.
The 3 of them have the same signature, but they are private. They're not any particular militaries. They are military grade, but they are not associated with a particular military.
Okay.
All right. So as you guys come out of hyperspace, near the ruins of Alderaan, what do you want to do?
Galvin will just take a deep breath and just feel like the force of, like, you know, like a billion wiped out souls or whatever, and he'll kind of bathe in that briefly.
Gotcha. It's been about 5 or 6 years now, so I mean that scream is still present in the force to an extent, but it is much quieter than it would have been days after even.
Cordo would feel the same thing, but instead of the pleasure that Galvin feels, he has more of a somber feeling from it, and it makes him just a little bit more serious about what's going on and what's at stake, since it reminds him of what can happen when dark side users get out of control too much.
When someone has a super weapon that they're not afraid to use.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Drogon would activate his comms and let both of them know that he's picked up some type of command vessel and ask, what do you boys think we should do? You want to hit it?
It'd be rude not to. Perhaps there's somebody with answers on this ship.
So there is, just to recap quick, there's just this ship, and then there's some assorted scattered asteroid debris, planetary debris.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of debris. But there's you suspect that there's probably other people mining and salvaging, but this is an old Trade Federation droid control ship, so it stands out like a sore thumb. Once Drogon points you at the coordinates that it's at, it's like, oh yeah, it's right there, because it is sucking in and processing large quantities with the. It's probably got 40 or 50 mining droids that are like, they're basically fighter craft that are going out there and blasting chunks off and shoveling it back to the droid to the droid command ship to be processed. So.
So Cord will get on the comms. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was going to say, with this area of space, they'll be under like Imperial jurisdiction.
No, this area is. What? This area is. It's kind of interesting because the Imperials, the various Imperial warlords, don't view it as valuable enough, and other than the few people, the actual survivors of Alderaan, the people that weren't on the world at the time, very few Republic people view it as important enough to actually station a fleet or anything like that. Both sides have basically said that as long as you're paying us taxes, we're not going to impound your vessels, sort of thing. So there's a lot of people that are paying taxes to one side or the other that are working out of it and that sort of thing.
So it's okay that these droids are here picking through the bones, so to speak.
Basically, yeah. I mean, it's one of those. No one views it as high enough priority right now to stop them, with everything else going on in the galaxy.
Okay. And it's not an unexpected thing to see.
Right.
Okay, so Cord will get on the comms and he'll say, "Affirmative. Let's investigate, see if we can get more clues as to the current whereabouts of this individual."
Okay. So you guys going to just set course? Are you going to? I mean, it is apparently a droid command ship. Are you just going to go to land in the landing bay? Or are you going to request clearance? What process do you want to use for that?
Okay, mistakenly, Galvan's comms are still left open, and you'll just hear over the comms, "Damn it, Phil, why didn't you spot this ship when we emerged from hyperspace?" And like the sound of a club hand slapping a cheek.
Nice. As an official officer of the New Republic, Cordo would get on the comms, and he would notify them that he's going to be approaching and boarding the ship. Requesting the clearance if necessary.
The person that responds says, "Understood, General Vaz. This is a mining operation put on by the Geonosian people. You are, of course, welcome to land." And I mean, excellent. It's in the clicking. It's basically a droid voice that's saying that, but you can hear like someone doing the Geonosian clicking sounds and stuff in the background that the droid is translating. Mm-hmm. So when the three of you come in to land next to each other, as you exit your vehicles, there is a technician crew that's sitting there, and they have the most confused look on their face as a B-wing, a TIE Advanced, and a Mandalorian fighter land next to each other on the deck when they were told to expect a Republic general. So they're just like, what do we do? Who do we help first? They're like looking amongst each other. So what do you guys do whenever you make your exits from your various ships?
Cordo would exit in a similar fashion as he did before. He'd still have his robes on, and he wouldn't put the hood up yet, but he'd still have his arms in the sleeves, and he'd approach the technician crew, and the ship would be sealed, and he'd just greet them and ask them to refuel the ship. Not trying to arouse any special, suspicion or anything, or give any reason why he's here, and he just, asked to see the command, the control room or whatever, to get directions for it.
The crew nods and says, "Yes, ship commander's that way, and points towards like a command deck office that kind of oversees the landing deck, basically. It's like up a gangplank of stairs and that sort of thing. And like 2 of the technicians start moving past you with the fuel hose, and the other like 4 are looking at Galvin and Drogon as they exit their ships. Like, this day just got really weird and bad.
Yeah, Drogon exits his ship and lets out a whistle, and these 2 droid canines come hopping out of the back into the cargo hatch of his fighter. And as he passes the couple of these other Geonosian techs, he'd just sort of look over, he'd fill it up, Bug, and follow off behind Corto.
Okay.
How about you, Inquisitor?
You gotta do anything crazy?
Speaking with his mic muted. Galvin would also just kind of like shuffle out of his ship, and he'll leave instructions with Phil to get it refueled, and we'll just notice that Corto and Drogon, his pooches, are heading up, so he'll just kind of fall in behind, but again, just shuffling along.
Okay. The technician crews are mixed races. There's not just bugs, but one of them is a bug, just because that line's funny. But you do see, like, as each pair of technicians moves towards the ships to do the refueling for you guys, you'll see about a half dozen like droids, worker droids, the little skitterer things, an astromech comes over. I mean, like, it's a full technician crew and repair crew type thing, and they get to work, basically. It's one of those things, okay, we don't know what the hell's going on, but we don't want to piss any of them off, so we're going to give the full workup type thing. As you make your way up the gangplank to the office area, it's got the big bay window overlooking everything. Beside the entrance to the office, there are 2 chromed B2 battle droids, the ones from episode 2, like during the Clone Wars, and they're just like standing there at attention. They don't even seem to acknowledge your arrival, so you're not even sure if they're operational or if they're just like there for looks type thing. Through the window, you see a rather large and fat Geonosian sitting at a table talking with someone on a comlink. Like, you can see the comlink line open on his desk as he's like arguing with someone about something. And he, like, once y'all approach, he waves you on in, and the door like buzzes and pops open.
So unless anyone else speaks up first, Cora would approach this this man. If it's obvious that he's the one in charge, then he'd approach him and he'll say, "Captain, I presume."
Manager.
Manager?
Yes.
Okay. Manager would be the person who's in charge of the ship and the mining operation here locally.
Yes, I represent the Geonosian Mining Guild.
Myself and my associates, and I'll just say that with a kind of sardonic grin, are looking for an individual, and hopefully I would have some kind of holo projector at this point, and it could project the image of this individual.
Okay.
And I'll say he looks a little bit similar to this one, with a kind of a nod at Galvin, and say, but he's a person of interest to all of us, and if you can provide any information, we have a lead that says he might be in this area or was recently. What can you tell us about this?
He looks from the image to Galvin to Drogon to you and back again. He says, "Well, my company does not want to offend any of your governments, so I will of course cooperate to the best of my ability." And he just kind of looks rather puzzled and uncertain as to what to say for a moment, as he's like, "Well, I may have seen someone fitting this description a while back. I do have to ask though. There's no like prosecution for having dealt with him, is there?
Joe gonna take a couple of steps forward and he'd say, "Not as long as you tell us."
He kind of gets this moment of like, do I believe the Mandalorian right now, or do I want to push my luck? And then he says, well, you see, I saw him, and he was dealing business with one of our technicians. I didn't really think anything of it. I mean, you never know what people have found in the mining fields and whatnot, and as long as the technicians give the company a cut of it, we don't really make a big deal about it or ask them what they found if they find a buyer for something. So, I mean, he was very interested in whatever it was our technician found, because we received a rather substantial credit deposit from the technician as our normal 12% fee for helping conduct the business. And he just kind of like looks at you like he's like running out of things to say, but he doesn't want to run out of things to say.
Droga take another couple of steps closer, and this time put a hand on one of his pistols at his side, and he'd say, "And your technician's name is?"
He makes like this big long clicking sound noise. Yes, he died last week in an accident.
In an accident, you say?
Yes.
Can you describe the circumstances of that accident? That's somewhat coincidental.
Well, there was an explosion, and one of the droid ships malfunctioned and landed on him.
Is that a common accident to occur in your operation?
The explosion part, no, but if someone does not pay attention to the landing patterns of the droid ships, when they're in landing processes, it's not that their sensors are starship sensors. They don't do well at detecting beings on the landing pad.
Let me put it this way, Manager. In your experience and your knowledge and familiarity with this technician, do you have any suspicion about the circumstances of this accident?
Not until you arrived asking about this.
I see. Can you tell us more about what this technician was working on that might have been of interest? What he might have found, what he told people?
He spins his chair around to like the computer panel behind him and starts typing away, and basically on like the monitors and stuff, it brings up a picture of a rather scrawny, young-looking Geonosian. That's the technician, and it's got like his bio. He's been with the company for 6 years, that kind of thing. He says he was in charge of overseeing the droids that were mining in sector H32. Apparently, there was he reported it as a cultural artifact that survived, that was found, and he sold it to. He brings up an image of a individual that looks to be like a Keldor in a full setup and whatnot. It says this was the buyer of record. Apparently, he is friends with someone who is from this world. That runs a university on just lost the name in my head. Felucia. University on Felucia that he wanted to give this artifact as a gift for.
Anyway, I can make a roll to discipline or something to see if he's lying to us.
You can make a roll, but I'm just going to basically tell you, as far as you guys can tell, the information as far as he's telling you is accurate as far as he knows. Whether or not that's actually what happened, that's the information he's got on file, and he's not lying.
Okay, so he's not giving off any indication or indicators that he'd be lying, right?
Right.
Okay.
You don't get any read that he is lying about any of these facts as he knows them anyway. Whether or not the story jives with you, that's kind of up to you.
Yeah, Cordo will look to the others and he'll say, "What do you think? Visit the Keldor next, or continue investigating here?"
No, I don't think there's much more he can tell us.
I think the Keldor is going to be the best bet.
All right. Manager, do you have any more information about this artifact? Anything else you can tell us about it?
He starts scanning through the records and says, "Well, our fee was almost 100,000 credits, so at 12%, that would have been nearing 1 million credits that was paid by the Keldor for whatever was found. And I can tell you that the shipping container that it was placed in is rated to handle blaster fire from fighters if necessary, and could hold something with dimensions up to 1 yard by 1 yard by 1 yard." That's the information that I have available to me.
Fair enough.
Says
We appreciate your cooperation.
I hope you will put in, tell your superior, tell your governments about how helpful and quick I was about making sure that I was able to aid in your investigation to my fullest capabilities.
Indeed, you've been most cooperative. Please give us the information about this Keldor, his current whereabouts, location, all that stuff, so we can pay a visit to him next. And then, unless these gentlemen have any further business here, we'll be on our way.
Yeah, Galvin will just say to the manager, "Don't worry, you haven't entirely displeased us." And with that, he'll turn around and start shuffling back towards the hangar.
Yeah, and with all the stepping,
get this look like entirely. What?
Yeah, with all the stepping forward that Drogon did up to him, I'd think he's probably pretty close to standing right next to him by now. So he'd give him a nice hefty pat on the back, nice and hard, so that the other two could hear the slap from across the room. He'd, "Thanks for the information, Bug," and then head for the door.
Alrighty.
Cordo will just give him a nod and then depart following the others. Return to the ships.
All right. He basically gave y'all, uploaded the all the contact information for the Keldor to you guys. Is there anything else you guys wish to accomplish or analyze or anything like that before you head for Felucia?
Not from my end.
No, I would just, once I'm back in my ship, I would again have a secure encrypted communications channel, and I would just update command.
Okay.
With the current situation, what we found out so far.
Alrighty.
I would add the image of the Keldor to the list of people of interest in this matter.
Alrighty. You guys head out then. And 12 to 16 hours later, you find yourselves in Felucia airspace. As you guys make your way into this system, Felucia is currently held by the Republic. So whenever the Mandalorian fighter and the Imperial fighter come out of hyperspace flanking the B-Wing, there is a squad of X-Wings that are scrambled that head towards you guys, and Cordo Voss's comlink kind of explodes as he's getting blown up with messages trying to inquire as to what's going on and whether or not he needs assistance.
Yeah, Cordo will respond on the secure alliance channel, and he'll give his identification code, and he'll authorize the ships to escort but not engage, and on his authority.
there is the person on the other end seems disappointed by that, but acknowledges it and passes it along. And basically, the X-wing squad that was coming in, rather hot and bothered, winds up with a squad of 4 forming up on each of you, basically, and escorting you to the wherever it is Porter is leading, whether it's to the planet or to a ship or whatever.
Well, what is the location of the Keldor exactly?
It
In relation
indicates.
to this planet.
Well, it indicates a place of employment that he's working at a university here. So.
Okay. Well, if there's a starport near there, then that's where I would lead them.
Okay.
It'd be kind of pointless of me to take them to any other kind of ship.
All right.
So I'll take them directly to the starport, and I would be on the comms or whatever, inputting, issuing commands, updating the local command here, what's going on, and that there's an investigation, and that these 2 ships and their pilots are part of this investigation, special circumstances.
Okay.
And just to put people at ease.
With your clearance level and whatnot, you can tell that a lot of captains and ensigns and comm officers are very curious, but when the general says don't ask questions, people in the military, even if they really, really want to ask questions, they don't.
Yeah, it's more of a
you
need
definitely
to know
think the
thing, and
if you were a betting man, though, you would know that the scuttlebutt at the taverns and cantinas all across this sector tonight will be, what the hell is going on? You figure you're going to have 70 different rumors going around before nightfall.
fair enough.
So you guys find a landing site that's a couple of miles from the university in question. And basically when you land, you get an airspeeder to, without too much difficulty, to a military grade 1 to fly over there. Is anyone doing any checkups computer-wise or anything like that on your way there, or what?
Is the so the planet is controlled by the New Republic, and that would stand for the local area too, the starport, the university, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Okay. So at the point, not necessarily now, depending on what the other guys want to do, but at the point that we do exit the ships or whatever, Cordo will approach Galvin and he'll say, "You are here as a guest temporarily. Try to refrain from causing any issues here. I've extended a level of protection and authorization for you to be here, but if you act out on your baser instincts, there's not much I can do with the reaction that might occur."
Don't worry, I won't slaughter anyone here today.
It's very appreciated, with a sarcastic grin, and then whatever these guys want to do.
Now, and I know Galvin will say, "You've been afforded my level of protection for now."
That's very comforting, thank you.
All right.
And then whatever these guys want to do when they get there.
Brogan, anything else
Okay.
you want to?
Galvin will, when we land, he'll contact Inquisitor Fane and just, again, appraise him of the situation that we're here now looking for a Keldor.
Okay. Alrighty. So basically, both Cordo and Galvin are keeping Republic intelligence and the remnants of the Inquisition in the loop as we move forward. At whatever point updates make sense and are available to you, basically. All right. As you guys get in the airspeeder and head over to the university in question, are you trying to make it secret as to who exactly you're looking for here, or are you basically calling ahead and asking the campus police to escort you directly to his building, office, find out if he's on campus at the moment, that kind of thing?
Personally, I don't think we need to put him in custody right away. We don't know exactly what the situation is or what is going on. We would, I think, find out his location on the campus, and we would approach there directly.
Okay.
Unless the other two have a different idea of how they would like to handle it. But that would be Cordo's approach. He wouldn't want to, scare him off, so to speak. You just want to approach him directly, but in a non-threatening way as a Mandalorian
so
and
much as
Inquisitor.
just finding out where his office is so that y'all can approach it directly without having to ask around a lot once you get here. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, no sense in tipping him off.
Yeah.
Alrighty. When you call ahead, you find out what office he's in. You find out that he is a professor of galactic history, and that he is stationed in this particular building, and he is the vice chair of that department. So fairly well accomplished and that sort of thing. So, once you mention his name, it doesn't take you long to actually get the right office number and office hours, and basically they indicate that his office hours start in about half an hour, so he may be there already, but he should be arriving on campus any time now, if not already.
And what's his name? Because we'd probably know his name at this point.
Yeah, they give you the name, and where did I put that?
That's okay.
Yeah, insert Keldor name here. Professor so-and-so.
Professor Keldor. Let's just call him.
And real quick, guys, let's take about a 2-minute break. I need to use the bathroom, so if anyone else needs to, let's take a quick break for that.
I'll grab a drink.
Suppose I shall refill my pot of tea.
This break brought to you by Mandalore Radio.
Oh, I tell you, mate, this thing with Corto is like a Mexican standoff. It's just like who wants to blink first.
Right.
I'm just waiting to find out who wants to pay me to take out the other one. Or to at least take their side.
Not a bad idea.
That's funny.
If I thought I needed help taking out the trash, then yeah, I'm sure I'd give you a call. But
oh goodness.
seriously, mate, what kind? It's just like, why did it have to be a Jedi? Is the a rebel dude? You know, it's just like, oh. I want to see them pooches in action, Sean. At the moment, it's just a big wild goose chase. It's a paper trail. We're following a phantom. It's just like a...
The picture of these things and whatnot is a whole lot worse than their bite.
They look cool.
Yeah, they do look cool. I haven't even looked at their stats yet. They definitely look like you would not want to get bit.
Yeah, the stats aren't phenomenal, but they're pretty damn good for what they are.
Right. They're relatively cheap, so I mean you can't expect them to be too god awful.
Yeah,
All
I just
right.
wish I could have upgraded them.
Transformers, like the original cartoon Soundwave's Ravage. That's what it reminds me of.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, those canines are pretty good. I mean, they're not so much for combat, but they're excellent for detection and tracking and stuff like that.
It's kind of what I was hoping for. That's why I got cam droids to go with each one of them.
Nice.
Alrighty. As you guys are making your way, basically landing as close as you can get to the building type thing and making your way towards his office, give me a vigilance test. Difficulty of 2 purple, 1 red, and 1 black. And the black is just because you're on a university campus, there's just hustle and bustle, basically. Plenty of potential distractions.
Success and 2 threats.
Alan failed and got a threat and got a triumph.
Not very vigilant, huh? That's good to know.
None of you are, really. 2 yellows and a yellow and 2 greens are what all 3 of you have, so statistically you're about even on that regards. Alright, so the 2 of you that succeeded and got threats, I'm going to say both of you got the feeling that you're being watched, but because of the threats you're not able to pinpoint from where. I mean, obviously you guys are attracting attention because, like, the 3 of you come walking through campus, you do not look like university students or professors or anyone that would be here for any good reason. So, I mean, you're getting plenty of attention, but you get the 2 of you get the feeling that you are being watched and tracked, basically. Galvin, you don't get that feeling. Apparently, just so many eyes on you right now. You're just keeping the hood down and that kind of look going. But your triumph, I'm going to say that actually is going to be the Force reaching out, and you feel a disturbance in the Force nearby that does not have anything to do with you or Corto. Like, you feel another Force user in the vicinity calling on the Force, and that's what distracts you to where you don't get the funny vibe that anyone else got.
Okay.
Would he know if it's the dark side or the light side?
Not really. It's faint enough that it's more interesting trying to pinpoint where it is or where it's coming from than it doesn't feel like it's directly one or the other necessarily.
Okay. At which point, so when he feels this, he'll just kind of like stop in his tracks. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna see if no, I'll just stop him. Yeah, no, I'll stop in my tracks. Kind of like look back over my shoulder. But just then start shuffling, continuing onwards. But he's mindful. He's mindful that there's something else
more going on.
Yeah.
When Corto sees Galvin stop, he'll assume it's the same thing that he thought. He won't know about the Force user part of it, but he'll just think that Galvin's seeing the same thing or feeling the same thing he's feeling or knows the same thing. So he'll stop when he sees him stop, and he'll turn and he'll look around, quickly scanning around with his eyes, and he'll say, "I feel it too. There's unfriendly eyes on us that shouldn't be here. Let's proceed cautiously, but move quickly to our target."
There are more than eyes on us right now.
Drogon, what are you doing as they have this conversation?
It just shakes his head and kind of mumbles to himself, "Unfriendly eyes." Everywhere I go, everybody's unfriendly.
Drogon's like, y'all gotta get used to this shit.
To add to his one-liner, he's going to say, "Yeah, there are more than unfriendly eyes," and he'll say, "If you were strong in the Force, you would know this."
Nice. Alright, so after the banter back and forth, y'all head on to the office. The secretary droid or whatever the equivalent be, probably some variation of a protocol droid that's like the receptionist of the since this guy's the vice chair, he actually gets a secretary as opposed to just having a closet that's an office type thing that a lot of professors get. And as you three approach, she does the whole like, "How can I help you today? Welcome to our university."
And Corda will say, "We're here to see Professor Keldor."
Ah, welcome. Do you have an appointment?
Not yet, but we will. I'm sure he'll be interested to meet us.
Very well. He
Direct us to his office.
She motions behind her to an office door and says, "He is on a conference call at the moment with a colleague in Coruscant. If you would," and she directs you to like an office seating bench, basically, like one of the long, comfy benches, and says, "If you will have a seat, I believe his call will be done in 13 minutes and 27 seconds."
Yeah, Drogon pushes past everybody and goes straight for the door.
I knew that was going to happen.
She's like, "Oh, sir, you can't interrupt him."
Watch me.
And you just go barrel through.
Yep.
When you go to open the door, it opens easily enough. And as soon as you open the door, you'll notice this immediately because you're the first one through the door. There is a holo display on the table that is powered on, but there's no active call on it. And you see the Keldor laying face first on his table, not moving.
Okay, yeah, Drogon would continue to walk in. He'd walk over and grab the Keldor by his little skin tendrils that hang off the side of his head, sort of pick his head up, checking to see if he's asleep or alive or dead or what.
As soon as, like, once you get in there and make it around the table, the other two obviously are able to see in, and you can see Drogon as he lifts the head up of the Keldor, and he has the slight discoloration around what you can see beyond the eyes part of the face mask, where like veins and stuff look like they've been constricted, and he is most definitely dead. There's not the sound of the respirator working or anything like that.
Yeah, Drogon would slam his head back down on the table, and it was too late. Somebody else got to him first.
As soon as Cordo sees the possible corpse, he's going to reach out with the Force, and he's going to sense his immediate surroundings up to short range.
Okay.
And I passed that Force check, so please let me know all of the beings in the
short range. You can sense someone in like the next office over, basically. Like there's two people in there, and then you sense the three of you. You sense no other life forms in short. Well, you may sense someone like below you because y'all are in like the second floor of the building. So you probably sense a couple of beings walking below you, passing in and out of range as you reach out, basically.
Galvin will say, "Is anyone getting the impression we're always one step behind this guy? Everyone we want to speak to, he gets to them first." And I would like to actually try and access. Like, is there any way of seeing who he was on the call with?
You beat me to it.
You walk over. You're gonna walk over and just hit the redial, or actually just pull up the contact list and see who it is, type thing, or what?
Well, actually, to be honest, if Drogon had the same kind of idea, I'm pretty sure
he'll probably get there first.
Yeah, let him do it. But that great minds think alike, Sean. That's all you need to know.
So Sean, what method of trying to see who it is do you want to use?
Well, there's nothing as obvious as caller ID, so he'd just sort of give the body and the chair and all that a shove out of the way and hit the redial on it to see who it was that.
Okay. the Keldor like falls over. The secretary droid is appropriately freaking out. I mean, like within the programming, and she's like made her way over to her desk and is like calling campus police because her professor's dead. I mean, what else would the secretary droid do in those circumstances? And as you hit the redial, the unit goes through its process of going through the trying to get the signal, and you see the wire framework start to manifest of something, and then immediately it shuts back off again. So like someone started to answer, then recognized the signal or whatever, and cut the signal. You do have the comm frequency that it was processing to. That's part of the information you can readily get.
So we have the number, so to speak.
Yeah, basically.
But we couldn't connect it. Okay.
Right.
Any way to find out where that number was leading to? And while trying to figure that out, Drogon would look to his hounds and he'd say, "Secure the office." And they'd spread out to the doors of the offices.
Okay. One of them goes they both go outside and post up, looking in each direction, basically down the hallway. Since you guys are in the office itself, it's pretty secure. If something gets past all three of you, the droids aren't going to be much extra help.
No, basically just sort of an eye,
okay,
letting us know what's going to be coming.
It would be a computer's check to try to trace the information as to where that particular hollow signal is from. And one thing that's readily available as far as information as you start looking into that is that the call came in from that signal before you hit the redial. Like the original call was a dial in, not a dial out.
Okay. Anybody got better than 2 green on computers?
Yeah, I can check that out.
All right.
Unless Galvin, are you good at computers?
Judging by what you rolled before, I think you're better than me.
All right. So
Drogon would step out of the way and he'd ask Corto if he could figure this out.
let me see what I can find, and I'll run a search on that frequency or the number.
Right.
And what's the?
This will be difficulty 4, so 4 purple. And unless you have the talent bypass security that lets you get past encryptions, it'll have 3 encryption setback dice.
Okay, I'm gonna flip a destiny point then to find out.
Okay.
Let me just check really quick if I do have anything that can help here. Are there any codes involved with this? Because I do have Codebreaker.
Codebreaker?
Anything code related?
I don't remember what that particular talent does. I know bypass security helps you remove some setback dice. What's Codebreaker?
Yeah, I can remove a setback to break codes or decrypt communications.
Oh.
I can decrease difficulty checks to break codes or decrypt communications by 1.
Oh, it's remove setback dice. So yeah, actually, what is bypass security? Oh, so Codebreaker is actually the talent I should be rattling off. Bypass security is for disabling security devices and opening locked doors. Okay, so yeah, you actually have the talent that you want for this. So however many levels of Codebreaker you got, you can remove that many setback dice.
Okay, I've got 2, so I'm going to drop it down to 1 setback.
1 setback and 4 purple.
Yeah, and then the destiny point.
The destiny point, yep.
Okay, so Cordo gets on the office terminal and where the communication's connected to, and he starts trying to crack the encryption on that call. And let's see what happens. Oh, come on. 3 failures. But no threats or anything, so that's good.
Right, no threats, and because you actually rolled some advantages, they just got canceled out and whatnot. I'm going to say that you actually get some information. You're just not able to actually pinpoint the final destination. You're able to figure out that call came from several systems away. Like it was not a local call, or even in this star system. It's actually from some other system. You've traced it through at least 3 other systems as it bounced around, but you just at some point you just lose it in the HoloNet, basically.
Okay, so I'll say it to the others. I can't pinpoint the exact location, but it looks like it's been rerouted through different arrays, communication arrays, and we won't know where this came from here. We'll need to find some other way to track this guy.
He's very good at covering his tracks. I don't like being one step behind.
But we're getting closer. His footprints are getting fresher. So we're definitely on the right track. We need to find some more leads here.
Agreed.
Do we know, sorry if I missed this before, but what was the cause of death on this guy? Like, where did he actually die from?
Give me a medicine check if anyone wants to actually confirm that.
Sure. I wasn't sure if that was already mentioned or not.
No, it hadn't, I indicated that some of the veins looked like they showed signs of constriction or whatever, but...
I was going to say, I'm sure I've strangled a few people, so...
Right.
Unless anybody else is better than 3 green. I'll examine the body. So what's the difficulty, sorry?
Difficulty will be 2 purple.
2 purple. Okay. So Cora will lean down over the body that's been tossed to the side by Drogon, and he'll just roll him over and start examining, looking for what actually killed him. And I can't determine what killed him, but I do learn something useful from his body or the cause of death.
Let's see here. You don't determine what killed him. You actually find, I'm going to say that as you're searching him and like checking different points, like where pulses would be and like signs for different things, like where injections could come in and that kind of thing, you find a secure, basically a pass card, something that has a security tied to it, that is for a surveillance company.
So when I'm examining him and I find this maybe in one of his pockets or something, I'll pull it out and I'll say, "This is interesting," and I'll pass it to Drogon and say, "What do you make of this?"
What about the cause of death? Are you touching him up or are you examining him to find out how he died? Step aside. And,
it's unclear how he died, but if you can have better luck than me, go for it.
Well, there was nobody in the room to have killed him. He was on a holovid. My bet's he was talking to one of you magicians.
Cora will chuckle at that.
And Alan, with that statement and the fact you got a success and a threat, you know exactly how he died. You've
a success and an advantage, not a threat. Thank you very much.
I mean, a success and advantage. You've seen people who have died by this method. Most notably, people that piss off Lord Vader, but probably a few other Inquisitors have learned similar techniques. He was force choked.
Yeah.
The thing that's significant about it, though, is that unless, based on the timeline and whatnot, unless you guys walked past the person that did it and didn't realize it, then it came over the HoloNet image, the signal that you guys found. And if it did that, that makes it relatively unique because other than Lord Vader, you don't know of any Force users with the power to actually impose the Force choke from that kind of distance. Usually you have to be like in eyesight of someone with that level of power.
Well, I'll just explain. Yeah, he's been choked, but not by any physical hand. His life was taken by the Force. Look at the contusions in the veins on his forehead.
Well, if the Blue Man was correct, and this is the eternal Emperor or whatever the hell his name was, then he's likely to be just as powerful as Vader or more powerful.
We are chasing a Force user of very high power. We should be cautious.
So are you suggesting that he was not necessarily here at the time when the Keldor was killed? Is that...
I think we would have sensed his presence in the Force when we landed if he was here. If he's done this remotely, he is truly a foe not to be trifled with.
Indeed. Where do we go from here then? How do we find...
If he was here and you boys didn't sense him, then you're worthless.
I'll just chuckle. Cordo will chuckle again. He'll say, well...
no offense, of course.
He wasn't here, obviously, was he then, mercenary?
And Force users can hide their signature from other Force users too. I'm surprised a merc doesn't know that. That's pretty common knowledge.
Force users beating up on the merc, I love it. Right, but we did find a pass card, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps this might give us our next clue.
Yeah, so I handed that to Drogon. You gonna do anything with it, or do you want me to do a search on it?
Yeah, I'll do a search on it. What do you want me to... Let's see.
As y'all start looking into it, it is relatively easy to find out information about this. It is basically a pass card that would give someone access to an account with a company that's like kind of like alert alarm systems or something like that that's here in the U.S. I mean, it's like a local security company that would be hired to put surveillance at certain sites or whatever, and that this card would give the holder access to the information they gathered, basically.
Alright, so yeah, Drogon would look at him and he'd say, well, it's a surveillance key card. It's used to gain access to one's account. And it's saying that he'd start looking around the room for any obvious cameras.
Cordo will say, it's a long shot, but perhaps this security is related to the location of the item and where he's hiding it. It might already have been taken by our target, but it's worth a shot looking into this.
Well, as you guys as you look around the office and whatnot, you do find a hidden camera, Drogon, that is pointed directly at the holo display.
Okay.
It's discreet enough. You think that, I mean, if you weren't already alert that there might be a camera, you would never have found it, basically.
Alright, so he'd be looking for its memory card or something on it.
It transmits, and relatively easy for you to find out where it's transmitting to. It's transmitting to this company, which their offices are several blocks away.
Yeah, is there a way to access it through the terminal that's in this office?
No, it doesn't appear so.
Okay.
It doesn't look like it's recording or anything like here. Like it's literally like live transmitting, basically.
Yeah, it's a closed channel. Okay.
But it should provide coverage of what went down in this office before we arrived.
Indeed. That's definitely our next step.
Yep.
All right. So you guys make
Drogon whirl and head his way out.
All right. About this time, like you see campus police coming up the hall, and like your two canine droids have like moved to stand in their way, basically, as you guys are exiting the office. There's like two campus security and like an ambulance crew, basically, that is coming to check on the professor. The receptionist droid is basically doing the whole "thank the maker" as they make their way up. Do you guys stop and interact with them, or?
No, Drogon just go to walk right past them and sort of thumb over his shoulder. Body's in there.
I'm assuming the other guys are not going to stop for this, but Cordo will want to continue operating unimpeded by the authorities, so he will stop and he'll give his credentials and he'll give a brief report to them about what happened here. He won't give too much information. He'll just say the basic details that they need to know, that he was attacked by an unknown individual. We're investigating it, and that these two individuals are with me under my protection and authority, and that we're going to be investigating this matter, and tell them to secure the office and not release the information of this attack to the public. So keep it quiet until our investigation is concluded.
All right. After giving them that information and the appropriate security codes to justify your authority in such a matter, the local police clearly aren't happy because basically the bigwigs just swooped in and said, "Here's what you're doing," and messing with their day. But they really don't have anything to do about it other than be unhappy. So they go about securing the office and securing the body and starting to transport it to the morgue and all that good stuff. So you guys go to the security company's place. When you get there, it is basically a glorified office building. I mean, it's nothing crazy. It's a couple stories tall. Nothing extravagant by core world map standards, but it's a nice building and that kind of thing, respectable. It looks relatively secure compared to a lot of things on Felucia. You make your way in. You're greeted by a human secretary who looks kind of puzzled at the choice of attire. She doesn't seem to actually put together what the attire indicates for any of you. But she just kind of is like, "How can I help you today?"
So again, Corno would step forward and he'd provide his credentials and he'd say, "We're here to meet with the whoever's in charge. We have a matter of urgent import. Please direct us to," I don't know who would be in charge of this operation.
She says, "Well, our general manager is upstairs at the moment. I will calm him down and he'll meet with you as quickly as possible." She motions for. She basically leads you out of the reception area to basically a conference room type thing, which is comfortable but discreet and that sort of thing. And she waits with you after making a con call, and after a few moments, about a minute goes by, a Syrian, the big-headed guys, one of them in like a business attire makes his way in. He's definitely like, if it was Earth, it would be like the FBI black suit with the black tie and that kind of thing. I mean, it's like that equivalent of a look. Definitely a security guy, that sort of thing. He makes his way in and he thanks the secretary and waits for her to leave and the door to close. "How can I help you, gentlemen?"
Drogon would toss the card out onto the table and he'd say, "We need access to this account now."
He picks up the tossed card, gives it a glance over, looks to you. Which of you has authorization for the account?
That would be me.
That'd be the.
That'd be what? What'd you say, Drogon?
Go ahead.
As soon as Corto says that'd be me, Drogon just zips his lip. He was getting ready to say that's the body in the morgue.
He says, "If the other two of you will wait here, and if you'll come with me." Taking the card, he opens the conference room door and holds the door open for you, basically.
And I'll say that these individuals are privy to the same information that I am.
He gets a slightly puzzled look on his face and says, "I'm sorry, that's not how this account type is set up."
I'll turn to the others and I'll say, "Well, do you mind in this case?"
You're a Jedi. You can't lie, can you?
Only to some individuals.
Well,
I think
I'm
I
not
can
him,
trust
so.
that we're in this together and that it's in our mutual interest to share all information that we have. So I will not withhold anything that I learn here.
Sounds
Try
good.
to keep this one in line while I'm gone.
Galvin will turn to the Syrian and say, I think you'll find that I also am allowed to go with him. And I'll make a coercion check.
Nice.
Okay, go ahead. It'll be difficulty 2 red.
Okay. Okay, well, I want to make a fear check. Well, I'm using fearsome or intimidating. This is from okay. Yeah. Okay. Now I'll use coercion against what, 2 red?
Yep, 2 red.
Okay. At which point, although Galvin's kind of been like kind of hunched of shoulder and shuffling along, as he talks to the Serene, he kind of seems to like his shoulders square up and his back gets a bit straighter, and he's going to downgrade that by 2. So would that turn from 2 red to 1 purple?
2 red. 1 downgrade would be 1 red and 1 purple. The second downgrade would be just
purple?
1 red. 1 red. It'd get rid of the purple, so it'd just be 1 red.
Okay. Where's my advantage? 2 advantage.
2 advantage.
Not very scary.
Well, I mean, your threat is he doesn't do anything to demean the threat, and he says, I understand that the matters that we deal with are sensitive, and that sometimes people change their mind about their permissions. The process for changing the permissions on the account is different than observing the recorded data. That can only be done by the authorized user. I'm sorry, it's out of my hands.
Okay, at which point Galvin will just keep staring him down. He won't say a word, and basically, I imagine the Serene will just be like, okay, anyway, let's go.
Yeah, he's like, all right, time to go.
Staring at him. But basically, when he does, I'm going to use misdirect, and I'm going to basically just make myself kind of just invisible to him. So I'll follow them down the corridor, but
Okay.
the Serene is unaware that I'm actually there.
Go ahead and roll your misdirect, and you're just targeting the Serene, so
Yeah.
Drogon
yeah,
and Cordo will see you just follow along.
Yeah, Corto will see me shuffling along behind him, but the Serene will be blissfully unaware. Oh,
Cordo
yes,
just shake his head and grin a little bit. He's not surprised.
Alright, so you got that, and alright. So he does not seem to acknowledge your presence in any way, shape, or form as you follow along anyway.
All right, one question before you guys get into that. Is the secretary still in the conference room?
No, she's not. No, he waited to discuss anything.
I think she's married anyway, Drogon, so I saw a ring on her finger, so
That's okay. That's okay. Drogon will make his way back down to the secretary and be down there talking with her.
Okay. Alrighty. Anything in particular you're talking about? Like, are you pumping her for information, or are you just buying time, spending time?
Just buying time.
Okay. She is polite and seems to enjoy having a conversation with you. She genuinely does not seem to recognize what your armor means, which is something that you're probably not used to too much. So it's kind of interesting having a conversation with someone that just does not catch the implications of what the armor means in the galaxy.
Also interesting for a security firm that they don't recognize Mandalorian armor.
Well, a receptionist at a security firm.
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't
I'm sure-
hired for her knowledge checks. She was hired for
Yeah.
something else. Eye candy on the
Exactly.
desk when the customers walk in.
Right. Don't be doing something stupid. Be polite. And here are the procedures that you follow. End of story. But, I mean, she talks about the local news and all that kind of stuff. I mean, has polite conversation while waiting. It's not the first time that someone's arrived with multiple people and one person's not authorized to go back, basically. That kind of thing. So, plenty of conversation there. All right, Cordo, he leads you down a hallway to a room that he slides the card into the door, basically, and it beeps and green light comes on, and then he says if you will input your code, and it has like a key panel, basically.
And would this be essentially the password that the Keldor would have had?
Basically.
Okay, I'm gonna pause for. I don't think this is gonna work, but
Clicks forgot password.
Use the force, Carter.
yeah. Hang on. Wait. Okay.
So I've got a way around it if you struggle.
Okay,
Well, I mean,
so
I figure you guys have a way of entering if you decide to. I mean, you have lightsabers. The doors aren't going to hold up indefinitely, but that's not the ideal way to get information from a security firm.
yeah, I mean, we want information from the system. You know, we want the video feed. We don't want to have a big battle in here. So I'm gonna, when he says input the password, Cordo's gonna pause for a second and he's gonna reach out with the force and he's gonna sense the thoughts of this individual. And please tell me what he's thinking when he says input the password.
He seems bored.
What is he thinking about? Is he thinking about anything particular in terms of this account?
No.
Or
He's
us?
like,
Is he
"Man, I hope
suspicious
this
of
guy-
us or anything like that?
Does not seem to be.
Okay.
You get the idea that there's probably enough of these that he doesn't even see most people that come to collect on the data basically on a regular basis. But
Okay. Well, Cordo does not have a password, so so I'm not sure like what the interface is. Do I?
One
So-
second.
Mhm.
Like, misdirect says it makes the target unable to perceive a chosen person or object. Would perceive include sound? Like, could I say something to Cordo without the other guy going, "Where the hell did that come from?" Or
Yeah, I would say so.
okay, I'll just say to Cordo, input a password, anything.
Okay. So I'll just enter a random password that I think would be the basic password that most individuals at a university would use, like just some common person's password. It's
Okay,
obviously
yeah,
not going to work, but
the way I'm imagining it is like, you know, there's like a little light that's still red, like because he's entered an incorrect password. But again, I would like to use an illusion to make it look like it turns green, but the door doesn't open, or it's not giving it up, but it looks like it should be.
Okay.
So,
So here's what I'm going to
Okay.
do, because y'all got some interesting ideas, and you're both drawing on the force. So as Corto goes to input the random password, he feels the force kind of flow through him a moment, and even Galvin can kind of feel the impact, and his hand starts just hitting a series of buttons, and as Galvin reaches out to do the illusion, the light goes green. Like, you don't know what password you entered.
that would be basically what he would do. He would have just entered the first thing that came to his mind, and if the force worked through him in that regard, then he'll smile and nod when he sees the password is accepted.
And the
but
door
Galvin knows that he hadn't actually done the illusion yet.
Right, yeah,
So
like
he
you were
said-
getting
said-
ready to. And
Yeah,
you real-
and then Galvin sensed the force, and then the light went green.
Yeah, you sensed me use the force, and then I entered a password, and the password was accepted.
And Galvin, while Cordo was distracted by the sensation, Galvin, you were getting ready to do the illusion, so you actually see what the password was. And it is the letters. Where'd my augments go?
0000.
No, this isn't just a numeric keypad. This is actually a full-on keyboard,
Yeah.
basically. So it could be alphanumeric and
Password.
symbols. What?
The password was password.
No.
Yeah, nice.
It's a 6-letter word. CAECUS.
CAE.
Yeah. Charlie
CAE.
Alpha
Echo.
Echo.
Echo. Charlie Unicorn. What's S?
Uniform.
Uniform. Okay. Whatever.
Not
Something like that.
no. And what was the last
No,
one?
not.
S?
S. As in Sam.
Sierra. Okay.
Sierra. Okay. But that's the 6 digits that he enters in, and it unlocks. When the door slides open, and inside it is basically a there's an array of 9 screens, a keyboard set up, and there is an astromech droid that is sitting there. That's just a flat black, no extra things. It's plugged into the thing, and basically there's a chair there, and there's room for one person in like a phone booth size space, basically.
That's gonna be a bit too cozy for Cordo and Galvin.
You can both get in there if you want.
Now Galvin will wait outside. He doesn't,
Okay.
as long as the door's open, but he will
Yeah,
be
I'll
looking
leave the
in to
door
see what's
open
going
because
on.
because I know he's followed me there, and yeah.
When you enter and sit down, the guy who let you in takes the card out and hands it to you. You can scan it on your scan it again to exit the room, and thank you for your business.
Thank you for your cooperation.
And like once you sit down, the door closes behind you.
Is there a way that I can open the door easily? Like just swiping the card will open the door?
Yeah, it looks like there's a swipe that would open the door.
Okay. So unless that will shut down the terminal and end the session, then that's what Cordo would do. He'd open the door so that Galvin can still see what's going on in here.
Okay. Are you going to wait a minute or so, or?
Well, yeah, I'll wait long enough for that guy to be gone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Galvin, after the door closes, this guy immediately turns and starts walking down the hallway. What are you going to do?
Well, I'll just remain in the area with Corto. I want to see what's going on.
Okay. After about a minute or so, the door slides open, and Cordo's sitting there looking rather puzzled by this situation.
Well, Cordo will just say, I appreciate your restraint thus far. Let's see what we can find out and try to catch up to this guy. I also don't like being one step behind. And then I'll put the card into the protocol droid or whatever is next to activate the security feed.
There's just a keyboard there at the desk that it just has a blinking inquiry, basically.
Okay, so I'm going to access the system and I'm going to try to load the feed.
Okay.
From the around the time that we suspect he was attacked.
Okay. You find, as you access the system, that this account has 9 different cameras. One with that office, one that is set up in a lecture hall on the campus, 2 that are associated with a home here a few blocks away, 2 that are associated with a particular ship that is parked here onto the Felucia. So and then there's a couple of others that are associated with other businesses in the area. And it looks like they are all continual. Like it's not like they're continually recording. As you access the system, you discover that basically it appears that the Keldor has, by having the card on him, anywhere he goes, once he gets in proximity of the cameras, they start recording. So he's actually hired this particular security firm to do surveillance on himself.
Okay. So
and
I
once
would
you find the information
for his safety from someone.
And once you see that information, basically as you're pulling the data up and whatnot, you go to the 15 minutes before you guys arrived on campus. It's pretty easy to find that time window because he actually appears to have only arrived at the office about 5 minutes before you guys got there. Because, like I said, he wasn't due for office hours until shortly after you guys got there. Basically, it's normal office hours. So, and so that camera starts recording. And basically, about 30 seconds after he arrives, he's setting up what appears to be to send a message to somewhere. Based on the information, it looks like a colleague on Coruscant, just like the droid indicated he had a call to. But the signal is interrupted, and you see an individual on the holodisplay that fits the description of who you are looking for. A cloaked individual that's speaking through either a rebreather or some sort of vocal thing.
Distortion.
Yeah, some sort of distortion that makes it where a voice match wouldn't be possible, other than with this particular pattern if you wanted to. But he says, I appreciate your work in recovering the item from Alderaan. It will be most beneficial in my pursuits. I am sorry to inform you, though, that my agents have informed me that you are now a loose end. And I can't have that. And then he reaches up, and you see him, like, unlike Vader, who, like, it seems to take long periods where he concentrates before someone starts choking, he reaches up and you get the idea that he actually basically just crushes this guy's windpipe within a matter of seconds. And Galvin, since you're sitting there watching, you notice that the moment that happens, like that 4 or 5 second window where he reaches up and does that, that's about the same time you felt that disturbance in the Force when you guys were outside the building on your way in. Like, you're within 30 seconds of it, so like it quickly lines up in your mind, basically.
Okay. Garvin will just say, impressive. And I'll share that with Cortels. Like, about the time he did that, when I stopped and paused on our way into the campus, I felt a ripple in the Force. I believe that choke was what I felt.
For you to, at first, Cordel's thinking that you didn't want to share this with us, but he knows he'll just get some flippant comment back, so he won't bother mentioning that. So he'll say, for you to feel that power, and apparently he did it from a distance, we're definitely dealing with a very powerful Force user here. And I can see why we were brought together for this.
Impressive.
This is a very dangerous individual. Is there a way that we can download any information?
If you indicate that you wish to receive a copy, the droid basically spits out a data chip.
Perfect.
Type thing.
Yeah.
Of the timeline that you have brought up.
Yeah, I would like that, and I would like to also get the locations of the other camera locations.
Okay.
Just simply the addresses or whatever.
Okay. You get the list of them in the on the planet, basically.
Okay.
I did share that information as well, by the way.
Yeah, he did indicate that he felt something. Like
okay.
You said eyes are on us, and he's like, something more is on us.
Okay.
If you were strong in the Force, you would know this.
Oh, that's right. That's why I didn't bother mentioning it. Okay. So I'll turn to Galvin and I'll say, is there anything else we need from this? Or anything you can think of we can get from here?
What ship? You said there was footage of a ship?
One of the cameras is installed on a ship.
So I'll tell Galvin that I have the locations of the other cameras. So that would probably include the name of the ship. Or
okay. Yeah. Whose ship is it? Is it the guy? Is it the Keldor ship? Since he was having himself surveyed.
It appears to be, yes. It appears to be. It's not necessarily that he owns it, but that it is one that, as you look at the records and whatnot, it's pretty easy to see that he has used it to travel out of the system on occasion to various worlds.
Okay. Perhaps he's dealt with this individual in person, and his ship holds records of past voyages where he went to provide another lead as to where we can find this guy. He needs to be taken down.
He needed to pass off the item to someone. So, exactly. Indeed, if we can access the ship's records, maybe we can find out who his contact was with our target.
I never thought I'd say this, but agreed.
Alrighty. So you guys rendezvous back up with Drogon and head to investigate the ship camera next?
and I'll give a copy of the feed and everything that we learned. I'll give a copy to Drogon and let him know.
Okay.
Full disclosure, what occurred.
Alrighty. So you got a copy of the feed. Any other information you're sharing that you guys learned?
Whatever we did learn, that's what I'll share with Drogon when we meet up with him.
Galvin, what about you?
Yeah, I'll just again tell Drogon that you know, the guy did force choke him over the comlink, and it was done instantaneously rather than, you know, basically the guy we're hunting is a very strong force user.
Okay.
And his power extends over vast different distances. Multiple systems, apparently.
Impressive.
Yeah, and as they tell me that, I just kind of look at both of them and, yep, told you it was likely one of you magicians. And then he'd take the data chip and he'd plug it into the back port in his helmet so that he could view it as they walk.
Okay. Alrighty.
It's a bit of a long shot, but is there anything that we noticed in the background of the image of this individual? Any
No.
like I don't mind doing like nothing. Just
no,
a
it's
blank
actually
background?
it's a tight shot. Kind of like how when Vader, like it's kind of like when Vader talks to the Emperor. It's like he steps inside that ring, and it's just him. There's nothing
gotcha.
else. It's the hologram style. It's not a view screen.
Gotcha.
Which does in its own right tell you something, because like if you had done a view screen, there would be a better chance of catching background stuff that could give you some sort of intel. By doing the hologram style communication, it becomes virtually impossible to get additional information from just the images itself.
So I'll say to the others, he's careful, and he's covering his tracks. You can tell from the feed that he knows we're onto him. He did this in a reaction to our investigation.
Yeah, every step closer we take, he puts one step distance between us.
Let's have each of you. Well, actually, it'll be Cordo and Galvin. Give me a. Man, I don't know what this check would be. I need a cunning base. I guess perception. Realizing something basically based on the data you have and whatnot.
Okay.
Against what, 2?
We'll call it 2, yeah. Difficulty 2. Because this is something that I think should be pretty straightforward, but for some reason neither of you mentioned it yet.
2 success and 2 threats.
Alright, so the threats are going to be such that basically, okay, both of you have succeeded, so you're both going to suddenly come to the realization that he says his agents informed him that this guy's a loose end. So that means that if he's onto you guys specifically, that means his agents are either on the mining colony, are in the Imperial Inquisition, or are in Republic intelligence. Because those are the only 3 groups that know about you guys searching for this Keldor. And obviously, the threats means that Galvin, you're blaming the Republic or the Geonosans, and KOTOR is blaming the Inquisitors or the Geonosans.
Well, do we know but like, the thing is, like, we've been only updating from our ship, so I might not know that KOTOR's been updating.
Actually, yeah, that's true. So, actually, you both clearly are blaming the Geonosans because there's no way that the leak would be inside your own organization.
I'd like to feel like that's kind of what KOTOR's worried about right now, actually, is that if this guy has been active, and I'm happy to say this directly to, if we talk about this, we realize at the same time when we talk about this as part of our previous conversation, then KOTOR would say, it's possible if this individual has been active for as long as Thrawn says he has, and has such level of influence, his agents could very well be in our own organizations.
I can assure you there's no traitors in the Red Hand.
Wow.
Every one of us has been trained by. Sorry, just to. I know this is your universe, Josh. So is Vader actually here? Because in our game,
No. This is not Hearthfire Saga. This is
okay.
This is standard universe with deviations based on the various games Tides of Change has had. So, like, yeah, you guys were trained by Vader, and if you want to say that there's been no traitors amongst the Red Hand or the Inquisition that your character's aware of, then you can go with that.
I'll just say to Court, I was like, there are no traitors amongst the Red Hand. Each member has been personally handpicked and trained by Lord Vader himself. No one would dare go against them.
Well, so you say, but you didn't know this individual was operating for so long with such a level of power that you consider to be impressive. So maybe you need to question your own information a little bit at this point.
Yeah, and perhaps your rebel information network isn't as strong as you thought either, since he's been operating with impunity right under your very nose.
Well, I think we can say the same for both of us.
Yeah, we could finger point all day, but we'll still get us nowhere.
Yeah,
let's just assume nothing. Let's assume only that it's possible that our information networks. Yes, it could be the Geonosians, or he could have agents anywhere.
Agreed, but just not in the Red Hand.
Right.
Drogon would shake his head and he'd say, wait a minute. The two of you have been putting our play-by-play, step-by-step, out over the airwaves.
No, you wouldn't know this, Drogon. We've been doing it on our ships. I don't know. He's been liaising with the rebels, and he wouldn't know that I've been liaising with the Red Hand, and you would know nothing.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. That's why I was saying, wait a minute. You guys have been doing this? You guys are having this conversation while it's the three of us walking, right?
I guess, yeah.
Drogon would be shaking his head.
We're not saying that our communications themselves have been intercepted. We're just saying that his agents must be in positions of influence or to know that there is an investigation. They know that we're investigating this and we're on his trail.
Well, yeah, I get that, but it's just as likely that transmissions have been received. We could be our own foot and mouth.
Of course, that is entirely possible. I put nothing. This individual is a person of extreme power, and anything is possible.
We'll definitely have to be more cautious from here on out. We might have to go dark at this point completely.
No,
we'll have to stop saying. Coral just shake his head.
Yeah, a little Freudian slip there, Corto.
Not that kind of dark. So, in any case, what's our next step here? The ship? I think time is definitely of the essence, and he's going to keep covering his trail. So if he thinks that's where we're going to go, then we need to get there quickly before he does something there too, or one of his agents does.
Choice. Find out where the Caldor is actually visited.
We need to get ahead of this. Do something he doesn't expect.
Alright, so y'all are heading to the ship to see what information you can gather there next?
Yeah.
Okay. So, it's not hard to find the ship. The ship in question is it's a rather expensive-looking space yacht. Remember the chrome-plated one that Amidala flies around in? One of those Naboo, like, pretty expensive yachts? It's one of those.
Quite impressive for a professor's salary. There's something more to this.
Indeed. Especially if he's got a little bit of a side business selling artifacts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
As you, are you going to discreetly get on board, or are you pulling your credentials again, Cordo, or?
When we approach, Cordo's going to say, I think, given the nature that he seems to know our actions, our movements, I think I'll have to stop giving our credentials, and we'll have to do this more discreetly.
Okay.
So we won't have that. I'll say to the others, we won't have that advantage anymore.
Trail.
Yeah.
No, agreed.
We'll have to find our own way from here.
If there's a
All
leak, when every time you show your credentials, the information's getting relayed.
Indeed, it's possible. So
I
we'll have to
think
do
we
this autonomously.
All right. So as you guys approach, I'm assuming Cordo, you being the computer guy, you're going to be hacking the security pad basically to get on board.
Yeah, if we can just approach the ship without anybody stopping us, then yeah, we'll go directly there.
It's one of those. I mean, it's in a private hangar bay, so it's one of those things like you walk like you have reason to be there, then you're
Or
well
I
dressed
could-
enough.
Or I could just use the Force to like mask our movements, so we could just.
You could do that as well. But it's one of those
Yeah.
things that, other than some technician droids that are working and whatnot, it doesn't seem like anyone's actually making any kind of move to stop you, because, one, you guys are well dressed enough that you don't look like common thugs, and two, who really wants to stop you with how you guys are arrayed? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
True
I
that.
guess what's the difficulty for accessing the keypad and opening the ship?
it'll be difficulty
Size.
2 with 2 setbacks from encryption, which I think you offset anyway. So,
Yep.
I mean, it's a decent encryption, but it's not anything special as far as with your skill set and whatnot.
4 successes. I popped that
Alright.
sucker open.
Within a few moments of fiddling with it, you figure it out. You figure out the code and input it. Galvin, make me a perception check.
Okay. Against average.
We'll call it difficulty 3.
Okay.
2 successes. You notice that the code that Cordo enters is a 6-digit code once he hacks it.
CAECUS.
It is.
Does Galvin
This
mention
code-
that?
Yeah,
Oh.
this code seems to be coming up. This is twice now we've seen this configuration of letters.
When Galvin mentions that, Cordo would like to, either through the ship's computer or the next terminal that he can do this with, he'd like to run some kind of search on that to see if it comes up with just anything relevant. Just like basically essentially Googling it and see what comes up.
Yeah,
What kind of
Google
relevance
it.
it has?
Galvin, do you rattle off what the code is? Like the
Yeah,
words
sure.
and the letters?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Everyone
would
can-
have seen it too at this time
Yeah.
when I was hacking it.
Everyone can make a knowledge xenology check. For Galvin and Corto, this will actually for everyone it's difficulty 2. One of them being red, one purple. Galvin and Corto, you're going to have 3 setback dice on this, and Drogon, you won't have any setback dice.
Alright, what check was it again?
Holy
Knowledge
crap,
and
I
knowledge.
actually passed.
Wow, nice one.
Yeah. Who'd have thunk it?
Fail. I don't know anything about what this means.
Okay.
The Imperial
But nothing- no threats,
Information
though.
Network is obviously superior.
Or it's
Nah.
related to you guys and not related to my guys.
I actually got
I'll go with my option.
Okay. So, Cordo has no, like, it means it's just random letters to you, basically.
Yeah.
The one thing you're able to tell about it, it is not a word in BASIC that you're familiar with, other than if it's a proper name. And as far as Galvin knows, you have,
Galvin will just be kind of, his HUD will be just like bobbing up and down knowingly, like he's like, he has a secret that these two don't know.
You have something more to share?
Rogan, you failed, so you don't know what it means, but with that advantage, you recognize that it is a Mandalorian dialect, potentially. And Galvin, with your 2 successes, you also don't know the meaning. Your advantage will also identify it as potentially a Mandalorian dialect, but with the successes, you were suddenly realizing you've seen that word before somewhere, like in some sort of Inquisition document somewhere along the way. like an intelligence report of some kind or another. You're not really sure.
Okay, Gavin will nod his head like kind of knowingly, and he'll look at Drogon and just be like, well, what does it mean to you, you're Mandalorian?
It's a dialect of Mandoa. That's all I can tell you.
It's not a common word, so otherwise you would know it.
There's many different dialects to Mandoa. Not everyone speaks the same. It's kind of like an accent. I don't recognize it other than it's Mandoa.
Okay. Yeah, and just okay. Kind of dissatisfied with that. Well, satisfied with that answer actually. Alvin will say, "Well, I've seen this word before in a report, a situation report, in one of the archives of the Inquisition. Although quite why it strikes an accord with me, I can't remember, but I've seen it before, and it's definitely Mandoa."
Alright, so y'all get on this ship. It is nicely appointed, as expected. Artwork from several different worlds and that kind of thing. I mean, this guy is a professor of history, so there's all sorts of historical holographic replications and that sort of thing decorating the ship. Are you going straight for the astrogation computer to start getting data as far as where the ship's been, or are you going somewhere else first?
As the computer guy,
well,
as the computer guy, Cordo would go to the astrogation because he knows that's his role. So he'd start heading for the cockpit and the systems.
Okay. Drogon and Galvin, y'all going as well, or y'all going to start searching other parts of the ship for different things?
Galvin will just be like, yeah, just taking it in, looking around, and can I make a perception check, see if anything stands out? I don't know what I'm looking for, but just make a perception check anyway.
In this case, because you don't have something specific you're looking for, I'm actually going to call it a vigilance test, just to see if something catches your attention out of the ordinary.
Sure. Okay.
And both, if you're doing that, yeah, it'll be vigilance, and we'll call it difficulty 3 with 1 setback.
Okay.
While he's doing that, Drogon would send the hounds to go search through the ship as well, and follow Corto. And as the hounds take off, like a camera droid detaches from each one of their backs and kind of floats along with them, so that Drogon can see everything they see.
Cool.
Gotcha. All right, y'all start searching the ship, and basically it looks like a yacht. I mean, it's a rich guy's yacht, basically, with all that would entail. You do not find any indication that he has a drug problem. There's no indication of that. He's just a rich guy with a lot of rich art and replicas of various artifacts and that kind of thing. What?
So I was going to say, like, as we pass through the ship, is there a theme to the art, like something he's focused on or seems to be obsessed with?
Not.
Or a pattern to his
not
collection?
That's immediately obvious. And it's probably something that between you guys, as you look at different stuff and whatnot, if you discuss it later, the pattern will kind of emerge. But eventually you find that I don't have a problem telling you what the pattern actually is, because it's something that would eventually click with someone in the group, if not multiple of you. The artwork and stuff that is all from cultures that have lost their world. So, like, there's Kamasi art, there's Alderaanian art, there's art from the culture that was on the world of Hoth before it entered an ice age. It became an ice planet. Like, all sorts of stuff, and that's one of those things. Like, some of it's not immediately identifiable as to what it is, but eventually, like, each of you will, like, recognize 2 or 3 pieces of different things or whatever, and realize, wait a minute, this guy was obsessed with lost things.
Genocide.
Looks like our Keldor was a bit of an apocalyptic fanboy.
That's one way to put
So
it.
I'll say to Drogon as we walk through the ship, noticing these things.
All right.
Yeah, it definitely seems he liked lost civilizations.
So Alderaan would definitely be right up his alley.
You guys relatively quickly get access to the computer. The astrogation computer is not complicated, and it doesn't look like the records have been tampered with or anything. You find that over the course of the last, like, how far back do you want to get the records for one?
I'd want to correlate it to the timeline that we found out from the mining operation when he purchased this artifact. And then from there, I'd like to get the ship's manifest, or its log of where he went after he visited that location.
It takes you a little bit to pinpoint that, but you finally figure out find the trip to Alderaan space, basically, where he purchased the item. With a little bit of effort, you're able to figure out that from there he made several jumps that at first you're like, well, okay, these are potential places that he could stop, but then as you start looking at it, now those are the same locations that, like, you guys had to micro jump to along the way here. So it looks like he came straight here from Alderaan. There's not a time discrepancy in the jumps that's significant. I mean, there's enough of a pause at each of those stops, just like you guys made, where the systems are resetting and whatnot, that if there was a rendezvous, it could occur in just dead space or in the outskirts of these various systems and that kind of thing. But other than that, it looks like he came back home. And this was, the trip back was about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, almost. So, I mean, it doesn't look like he's gone on another trip since then, at least not on this ship.
While I'm in the system, one of the things I'd like to look for is there any security feed, like some cameras in the ship or something like that?
There is
seems
kind of the
seems to
standard.
enjoy filming himself, so I would look into the systems and see if he's been doing that in the ship as well.
Well, I mean, you're able to find where the cameras are installed, or the two cameras that are installed on the ship. You were able to find that out from the security site. One of them is in his cabin, and one of them is by the basically what it would equate to an office on the yacht, to where if he needed to deal with business or whatever, he has an office that has a comm unit there, like a holographic projector. So he has the cameras on those two holographic projectors. There is another holographic relay in the cockpit that the captain of the ship would have access to that he does not have a camera pointed at.
Okay, so what I'd be looking for specifically at that point is, again, correlating the timeline with his visit to Alderaan. I'd want to find some video feed potentially showing him with the object or the object itself.
Well, the video feed can only be accessed from the security company, remember?
Okay, there's nothing on the ship that can show that.
Nothing that's recording it. I mean, like, on the ship, it's got the standard stuff that would be on an expensive yacht, like a camera in the cockpit and a camera on, like, the entry ramp and that kind of thing, but it's the standard stuff, and it's doing the standard recording and that kind of thing.
So in that case, would there be a recording of him entering the ship?
Yeah, you can find
from
that.
the timeline of Alderaan. So, like, basically what I'm looking for is I want to find any kind of video feed that shows him with the object. Try to get a visual of the object itself.
With a bit of effort, you find the video of the object being loaded onto the ship. He did not load it himself. He had a couple of crew members that loaded it.
What does the container look like?
The crate that fits the description of what the Geonosin gave you. It's the crate itself is about 4 feet by 4 feet by 4 feet, and it is a Durasteel locked container with a security code lock on the top of it, and it looks like it's Durasteel or something similar, reinforced to where, yeah, Geonosin gave you an accurate description of the shipping container that whatever it is on the inside of. So,
okay.
And you're able to look at whenever he lands back here on the planet on Felucia, you're able to see that it was unloaded by the crew shortly after landing.
So I would call up all this information and describe what I'm looking for to Drogon. And I'd say, what do you think? What do you make of this? Where do we go from here?
Seems we may need to find the crew that unloaded it. See if we can find out if they knew or know where it went.
Where it was taken or where it was stored.
Yep.
Looks like we can't find his flight path. He just went from Alderaan directly here, so.
All
not
right,
much for us
guys.
there.
Right there, we're going to have our tide change. So as you guys start investigating the crew and whatnot, who was the delivery middleman or organization or whatever the case may be that picked up the package on Felucia that you guys will end up tracking down?
A clan of my suggestion would be some people hired from a clan of Mandoa called the Nexu clan.
Okay, the Nexu clan of Mandalorians,
Yeah.
or call it Nexu clan Mandos were the people involved. Okay.
Should get Drogon's blood up a little bit.
My,
Yeah, a little
my,
bit.
my suggestion would be it's a fellow member of the Red Hand.
Ooh. Okay.
Okay, just to follow suit, I'm gonna go with a
It's Luke Skywalker.
a known subordinate to one of the higher ups in the rebellion.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
Across the board. I like it.
So a Republic officer that Cordo has
Would
worked
know.
with. Alright, so I'm going to put that tide to change up. It is 10 till 10. Let's take about 15 or 20 minutes. I'll end the tides of change at 5 after, and we'll resume play at 10 after.
Sounds
So,
good.
if anyone watching, I'm putting the tides of change up as quickly as I can get it typed in. So.
I was gonna say Black Sun because they got their hand in everything, but I'll follow suit with everybody else.
Tico would be a good one too. It was Tico. Tico took it.
Yeah, that's why he never showed up. It was Tico.
Yeah, Tico, mate.
That's a good one too.
My money's on the rebels. Can't be trusted.
I'm sure it was the Red Hand.
Like I have to throw a little mention in for the Nexu clan because like the Netra Vipers, like sworn enemies. It's like man.
Yeah, I like the Mandalorian connection for sure. That was my original suggestion
Well,
too.
that would make sense because they'll do anything for a buck. These mercenaries.
Yeah, and get Drogon more personally invested.
Exactly. Got to get him more involved at the moment. He's
investigation.
just kind of like what's up. But now let's get him. Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
I was waiting for one of you to say it was actually the Netra Viper clan.
Nah, I thought like the Nexu, just because I know they're scumbags and they got a history. Because the Netra Viper, you wouldn't. I don't know, maybe whatevs. Right, I'm gonna make another brew and prepare another celebratory hookah. I think.
Nice.
I want to hit something. All this talk, it's just like boring.
I'm sure it's
I want to
coming.
hit something.
Once we catch
I know,
up with well, we've got the middleman coming up soon. You can have your way with him.
True. You'll be like the mini boss before the
Yeah.
big one.
Just imagine if it's the Red Hand guy.
Well,
Then you'll have something to hit.
well, if it is, it might be like, well, now, you've got two Inquisitors, the Red Hand. It's like, be afraid, be very afraid,
Yeah, I'd be more interested though learning about the traitor and how you're going to react to that.
There are no
Corey would be
traitors
very
in the Red
curious about
Hand.
this.
No traitors in the Red Hand. Everything's done for a reason.
Okay, I'm sure the rebels had it for a reason too.
Nah, they're scumbags. Compilation of mercenaries and sellswords. At least we've got a code. You might not agree with it, but it's a code.
We got codes too. There's nothing wrong with mercenaries.
Right, I'll be back.
Anyway.
Oh, who to vote for?
The
Who to
voters will
vote for? I
decide.
don't know who to vote for. Because I kind of like all three of them, but but it's just like,
Yeah.
they're all good. I don't know. I mean, I know I suggested the Mandos, but it's just like, somebody from the Red Hand. If it was like that little weasel Gallon Fane, that would be interesting. And he is a weasel. I don't know. I tell you what, I'm gonna mull it over while I make a brew. I'll be back.
I'll be back.
For anyone watching, we are on break as a tide change goes on. For those who may not be part of the Tides of Change group, if you go to the Tides of Change role-playing club on Facebook, the poll is up right now. We're voting on what twist of the story we'll have. The middleman that Keldor was dealing with is either going to be a group of Nexu clan Mandalorians, one of the other members of the Red Hand of the Inquisition, or a Republic officer that Corto has worked with in the past. We will have the poll going for about 5 more minutes, and we'll be resuming play in about 10 minutes. So if anyone wants to go vote, please do so. Tides of Change poll will be closing in about 1 minute.
Oh, another one of those faces.
Alright, guys. Polls close. It's close to 10 after. When everyone's back, we'll get started. Just get 2 back. Thought we were going to have a tie there for a minute.
That could have been interesting.
Yeah. I was hurrying and putting some advanced stats to Zako in case the Red Hand had to have a member involved because I have his sheet handy. Devin, are you back yet? Alright, it looks like everyone's back and we're ready to get back after this. Alright, so we're going to kind of pick up the speed a little bit here. We'll do a screen wipe where the little montage of you guys investigating the where those crew members went. Some of it will be computer work by Cordo, some of it will be actually going and questioning people. Basically, after a little while, takes y'all several hours, you end up getting a hotel and that kind of thing. You figure out that they delivered to a ship here in town, or in the spaceport before it left. As you do the research and find out the registration of the ship, it's under a false registration, but Drogon is able to identify the ship from the false registration as one of the freighters used by the Nexu clan of Mandalorians. This particular freighter, because they're from, because the Mandalorians are more united than they have been in previous times, since they are actually expansionists at the moment. The intel is a little more free amongst the clans than it would have been in times past. So basically, you guys have intel on who it was delivered to. Doesn't really line up with who you thought it was going to, so it's one of those things. How do you want to approach this diplomatically? Do you want to go knock some heads together? I know what Galvin's vote probably is, but it really depends on how Drogon wants to deal with his organization's inner politics.
Cordo's not familiar necessarily with the interpolitics between Mandalorian culture, so he wouldn't necessarily know the significance of that, only that it's another Mandalorian group.
Mm-hmm.
So he'd kind of look to Drogon to give some indication of how this should be handled.
Well, the Nexu clan are scum. I say we go knock heads and get as much information as we can.
So are you going to set course for it's Dathomir, right, where they are historically from, at least? For simplicity's sake, we'll say that's where their main hub is, at least, still. Even though they've got representatives of various other worlds and whatnot that the Mandalorians have expanded to. We'll actually say that Dathomir has kind of been left to them as the Netra Viper clan, as y'all have, I mean, like, you're one of the protectors of the Mandalorians, so you guys have been rewarded with, like, a new planet with actual resources that are worthwhile as the Mandalorians have expanded and whatnot, so. Alright, so y'all setting course for Dathomir then?
Yes. Southern continent.
Southern continent. Alright, then we will pick up as you guys are roaring into the atmosphere of Dathomir. This time as you enter the atmosphere, the Mandalorian fighter that Drogon is flying is at point with being flanked by a B-Wing and a TIE Interceptor. Which gets some interesting comm messages and that sort of thing of people inquiring what's going on. Dathomir is nowhere near as busy as Felucia as far as a spaceport or anything like that, so I mean it's not like there's capital ships in orbit and whatnot that are greeting you. Mostly a few freighters and that sort of thing. As you start into the atmosphere, a couple of, like a wing of fighters will move up to investigate. Are you going to respond to inquiries over the comm, Drogon, or are you just on an approach?
We're in pursuit of freighter 35718. I know it's a Nexu clan freighter.
Under whose authorization are you pursuing it?
Mine, Drogon Khor of the Netra Viper clan.
You hear whoever you're talking to kind of give like the like as he like tries to mute his mic fast enough before he curses over the open comm link, basically. Because I mean, Drogon being a protector, like he has the authority to pursue, but they don't like the Viper clan. Then after about 5 seconds, the mic opens back up, and someone else's voice is on the comm. Protector Drogon Khor, go ahead and land. We'll talk to you. The freighter's parked at, and he gives like an indication, basically where their base is, like somewhere for you to land that's near it, basically. Another landing pad. Actually, probably 2 landing pads because y'all got 3 fighters, so. The B-Wing takes up a lot more space than the TIE Fighter or the Mandalorian whenever it's landing. So you guys land at like the neighboring 2 pads to where the freighter is landed. By the time you're making it out of your various vehicles, you see a cluster of about a dozen Mandalorians in armor with weapons in hand gathering in 3 different groups of 4, like just kind of waiting on you. And while they're waiting, like just watching as you guys make your way out, Drogon, you see the Rusalar of Nexu clan start, like you can see him coming down the street basically in your direction, flanked by another half dozen Mandos. And it's not the ragtag bunch that it would have been in previous games you played in with Drogon, because I mean the Mandalorians are at war and they're expansionists. So these guys, just like even though they're not getting the full level of wealth that some clans are getting, they're still making bank. I mean, war is good for business, as everyone says. So, so they're all kind of decked out, and they make their way up. The Rusalar, upon seeing you, is the traditional greeting. It is obviously a little bit more forced than you would like, but probably about the same tone you give back to him, considering y'all's history.
Yeah, he'd give the traditional greeting, and I'd just completely ignore it. And look right at him, and unless you want to restart open war between the clans, I need to speak to the crew of that freighter.
He indicates the 6 Mandalorians behind him. They're here. What do you need?
Them in private.
He looks over your shoulder at the 2 individuals that are like coming out of their vehicles, flanking you, and he says, "In private, huh? You just want the captain, or all 6 of them? And are your friends coming?"
I'll take them one at a time, and they will be with me. They're impertinent to this investigation.
Cordo will have exited the ship, and again he'll have his dark cloak on. He'll have the hood up this time, being on Dathomir, and he has his hands in his sleeves again, and he'll take up a position to kind of a step behind and to the right of Drogon, and just observe. There'll be that same ripple of the Force in the air again when he exited his ship before he approached. Then he'll just stay quiet and let Drogon do the talking here.
He the Ruslar gives a quiet look over Cordo and Galvin, and then he reluctantly says, "You can meet with them. Come along." And he turns to lead the way, basically. The 6 of them follow him, leading up the street back up to one of the command buildings, basically. And assuming the 3 of you follow along, the 12 Mandos that were your greeting party follow you guys up the hill. And eventually they get to the command building. Those 12 basically station themselves outside the building. The 6 get led into the first meeting, the first living room part of the building type thing, and then leads the 3 of you. The Ruslar leads the 3 of you to an audience room, basically, and then he yells back out the door, and the captain of those 6 comes in while the other 5 wait out in the room, and he closes the door behind. And he goes and has a seat in his chair, basically, while the 3 of you and this other Mando are there to discuss things. And he just kind of, you can tell Drogon, he is not happy with the situation, but he's not about to leave you to interrogate one of his men without him present, especially with 2 outsiders involved.
Yeah, Drogon would look at him, "You're welcome to stay." And he'd turn to the captain, and he'd say, "I understand a contract is a contract, and that a certain amount of discretion is used, but I need to know where the shipment from," and he'd tell him the name of the ship that Professor had, "where the shipment from said ship has gone."
He looks at you for a moment, then looks at the Ruslar, who gives a curt, annoyed nod to him, and then he says, "Belsavis."
And who picked it up?
I do not know. We delivered it to a warehouse. Our payment was there waiting for us. Our instructions were that simple.
Coordinates, please.
Do you have any ranks in knowledge out of room, Drogon?
No, I don't. Okay. He's not a very educated person.
Gotcha. He says, he in response to that, he says, Warehouse 13 near Spaceport, whatever, as though that's enough information, basically. Any of you that have knowledge out of rim, Belsavis is a famous enough world. It is a prison planet. But but I mean, it's one of those, if anyone has the knowledge, either with astrogation or knowledge out of Rim, it's not
I
going
could
to
roll for it. I mean, I have 3 green in Outer Rim,
Yeah.
so
With
I
3
know
or green or more,
general
you've
enough.
at least heard of it. I mean, it's like not quite as famous as Corellia, but you know it's in the star chart somewhere.
Who runs it currently? Empire or Republic?
It's a private company.
Independent? Private? Okay.
As far as you can remember, it's always been private, despite changes in governments.
Okay, and with this information given, and without having to knock anybody's head around, Drogon would reach into one of his belt pouches and pull out a credit stick that's worth about 500 credits and set it on the table. I don't expect anything from a Mandalorian for free, so here, thank you for your information.
He, the captain looks at the Ruslar again, and then he looks back at you. Is there anything else you want to know?
Drogon had looked to his 2 partners, and he'd then look back at the captain and he'd say, "My questioning is done. Now it's their turn."
Galvin will look at him and say, I don't suppose you happened to look inside the crate at any point, did you?
No, that wasn't the contract.
So you have no idea what was inside.
I know it was heavy. We had to use labor droids and a hover sled to move it.
Were there any markings on the crate?
He describes the crate, and it basically matches what y'all seen on the video. It's got some serial numbers on the crate and stuff like that, but I mean, that's generic stuff. It doesn't really... It's not useful intel, but...
Okay, well, Galvin's question is finished then. If they didn't look inside.
Okay.
How long ago was the crate delivered?
We returned 4 days ago. We were in hyperspace from Belsavis for about a day and a half, so almost 6 days.
What was the nature of the payment you received? What currency?
He gets tight-lipped at that and looks to the Ruslar, and the Ruslar says, "I'm sorry, but you are not part of the Mandalorian government. I cannot discuss the currency of the payment."
With that, Cordell just kind of look at Drogon, raise an eyebrow. Like,
Drogon would turn and ask the same question: "What was the currency you were paid?" And pull out another credit stick and sort of twirl it between his fingers.
The captain looks torn, and then he looks at the Ruslar again. He says, "I want something different than credits from you, if I'm going to give you this information."
What do you want?
I want you to use your influence as a Netra Viper to escalate the missions that we're dispatched on and get us a better part of the war.
If your information pays off, I'll do what I can. But only if your information pays out.
We were paid with 6 Verpine shatterguns.
would we know any special significance of that? Like, are they highly restricted items or something like that, or they're manufactured in limited quantities or something?
Highly restricted. Let's see here. I'm sorry, Verpine shadow rifles. They have they're rarity 8, so they're extremely rare in the first place. They are the some of the best sniper weapons in the galaxy. They have extreme range, and they do 12 base damage. They're only manufactured by the Verpines. Rarely do Verpines even sell them to outsiders.
As I said, if your information pays out, I'll do what I can. Thank you for cooperating.
He nods a bit. And whatever the traditional farewell is, he gives. And he doesn't have the negative tone that the Ruslar had with the greeting that he gave.
In that case, Drogon would give it to him happily, having gotten everything he's wanted so far.
Okay. And then the captain turns to head back out, and as he gets to the doorway, he pauses. Do you need to talk with any of my men?
Drogon would look at the other two and, well, do you think we can go on his information alone?
Well, Drogon.
That's a lot of light side points he just dropped. I don't know what he did.
So while Drogon's questioning the captain or whoever this is, Cordo just reaches inside himself to the Force, and he feels a powerful manifestation of the light side of the Force inside him, and he reaches out to sense the thoughts of. I've got enough that I can sense the thoughts of the person he keeps looking to for information. Yeah. And his own thoughts.
Basically, the Ruslar is contemplating whether or not he could get away with killing Drogon right now. Like, he's that bitter towards Drogon. This guy doesn't seem to harbor the same level of animosity, but you get the feelings of ambition, honor, and bloodlust and greed coming from him.
So I have the control upgrade, so I can actually sense his actual thoughts. Is he thinking anything specific about, like, is he holding anything? I'd be looking for if he's holding something back, or he's thinking about information that he hasn't been speaking to us. Anything like either one of them.
Let's see here. The Ruslar apparently doesn't have a lot of the details as far as that goes, based on the information you're picking up from his mind. The captain seems to be pretty forthcoming with it, and when basically, like as you're reading the situation, when Drogon said that he would do what he could, anything that held this guy back from volunteering information that he thought could be useful is dropped away, because he actually seems to. This guy genuinely is ambitious and wants his clan to be in a better position, whereas and doesn't want the history of his clan to get in the way of that with Drogon, whereas the Ruslar would rather just kill Drogon if he thought he could get away with it. So.
Okay. So, Cordo would then just nod to himself and say, I think my questioning is finished as well. We have everything we need here.
Drogon would then turn to the Ruslar and step right up to him and say that I'm finished.
Good.
We'll be leaving now.
And he uses whatever the Mando word that's like really condescending about outsiders. I can't remember how to say it, but he uses that word in the direction of those two off my base.
With pleasure. And Drogon would then turn and, not waiting for them to stand up or anything, turn and push the door open and walk out.
Okay.
And
that
Cordo
captain
just
and
look
his
at
men
the.
are starting to exit basically as you make your exit, basically.
And since Cordo knows exactly what this guy's thinking and feeling, he just kind of look at him coldly on his way out the door.
Yeah, that word is like every curse word imaginable wrapped up into the term outsider that he directed at the two of you. So
Yeah, he didn't need to know what the word means. He already knows what that guy's thinking and feeling.
Right.
So he knows the intention behind it, even
Yeah.
if he doesn't know the vocabulary.
It's like he doesn't know how to say it, but he knows what that meant.
Yeah. Some things can translate across languages very well. So so Cordo will look at him coldly, and he'll make sure that he's discreetly watching Drogon's back as Drogon exits the room.
Okay. Alrighty.
Not obviously, he'll just make it look like
you get the
he's
idea
following behind
that
him.
with reading his thoughts, the Ruslar basically is like, if this guy didn't come in here with these two, I might try something right now, but blah blah blah. I mean, like he's freaking ranting in his head basically, which you're reading.
Cordo won't mention it to Drogon because he knows Drogon might take the initiative, so to speak, and do something. And the moral nature of Cordo is not to instigate unnecessary battles.
Drogon's kind of pushing his limits here, because as he's walking out, any of the other Mandalorians that are standing around, he's making it a point to walk right through the crowd of them.
Gotcha.
And not being polite and saying excuse me or anything, just pushing his way right through them.
Okay. A couple of them seem the 12 or so that like are outside the front basically. That as you push through them, they seem perturbed by this. The captain and his 6 or the other 5 that were with him, they actually step out of your way politely as you make your way through.
Yeah, they'd get a nice polite nod to him then, but the rest of them, they can kiss my shubs.
Right. Basically, you get the idea pretty clearly that captain's a potential ally in the future, but the rest of them, they still don't like it. Go figure.
The feeling's mutual.
Yeah. All right. So you guys have Belsavis and Verpine Shatter Rifles as potential leads at this point. Which one do you want to pursue next?
Well, that was certainly easier.
It was a lot easier than I anticipated, but
No body count this time.
For sake of saving time and hopefully getting a step ahead, I say we head for the crate.
Agreed.
I'm expecting again we're still one step behind, but it's the best lead we've got on the trail. Does the Verpine Shadow Rifles mean anything to either of you? Can we try to use that as a way to cut ahead of our query?
The Verpine, they don't sell their stuff often, but when they do, we manage to get a hold of quite a bit of it, so it's not completely unheard of.
Would they remember who they sold the 12 rifles to?
Six rifles.
Six.
Just so you know, the standard price for those are 30,000 a piece. So, I mean, like you could buy a starship for the price of 6 of those rifles.
The Verpine have very accurate memories and even more accurate records, so they would definitely remember who bought the rifles.
Because I'm thinking the crate is most likely moved on already to our target's possession. I very much doubt it's just going to be sitting there waiting for us by the time we get there. Maybe by going to the Verpines, we can find out who they sold those rifles to that used them as payment for that crate. But again, it could be just another middleman on the trail. So what do you guys think?
They likely are another middleman, but like you said, I doubt the crate's still sitting there. So,
Inquisitor, what do you think?
I think we should follow the crate.
All right, let's do that then. Let's play his game a little longer until we can find a way to get to him directly.
You can't stay one step ahead forever.
Indeed. So with that, we'll go to Valsavis, I guess.
Okay.
Let's get off this rock.
As indicated, it's not too difficult for you to plot a course to Valsavis. I mean, its records are relatively simple for you to find. So, we will screen wipe as you guys are landing on Valsavis. They, like I said, they are a private government. They usually do not, I mean, they have been allied with the Republic and then the Empire whenever they were the people in power, but anytime the galaxy has been in great turmoil, which granted has not been that often in the grand scheme of things, they remain independent usually. They are basically their economy is driven by it being a private prison that governments will pay to house either excess prisoners or special prisoners. There is one of the great rumors about Valsavis is that there are areas that things quite simply just get lost, and there are great mysteries regarding because of that. So, the question then becomes, I mean, are you going straight to that warehouse and just seeing what kind of leads you get from there and on the way there, basically?
Yeah, I think so, because we know that you know, time's important for catching up to this guy.
Okay.
And we'll have to go as quickly as we can connecting the dots.
As you guys arrive at the warehouse, give me a perception check. Difficulty of 2 red, 1 purple.
Okay. I'm gonna have my droids make their perception check, if that's all right.
You can, whichever one of them is, either them or you is best. Just give make one roll with 2 boost dice, basically from all 3 of you working together. So.
And the difficulty was
2 red, 1 purple.
All right. Man, all that and all I got was 2 advantage.
3 success and 2 threats.
Alright, so...
Cordo's on alert.
As you make your way into the warehouse, all of you readily notice a few, like, just general labor droids moving stuff around. Like it's like you see one droid that's basically a droid that's a forklift type thing that's like moving boxes here and there and that kind of thing. You see a couple of other smaller labor droids moving smaller boxes. This is a relatively large warehouse, but based on the information you got from the Mandalorian, you know what part of it, at least the deposit was made and where they did the pickup. And as you make your way that way, we'll say that Drogon, you notice a droid that is basically a variation of a protocol unit. Like a lot of the programming is similar, but it's more of a warehouse manager type guy. It'd be someone to interact with living beings that come to the warehouse, basically. He's making his way towards you guys as you guys are making your way through the warehouse. Cordo, you notice that there are 3 powered-down droids that are in little alcoves nearby that are unusual models as far as you're concerned. Like, you haven't seen anything quite like them before yourself, but they have a humanoid shape, and they definitely have the look of some sort of combat droids of some variation or another.
I'll nod to the combat droids and to draw the other two, their attention to those, and I'll say, I haven't seen those before. Have you seen those before? Pretty high tech for a warehouse security team. What do you make of those?
Knowledge roll or?
Yeah, it'd be knowledge, probably lore, I think.
Okay, against?
We'll call it difficulty 3.
There's another ripple of the Force in the air, and the light side, Galvin would probably have sensed that the light side of the Force seems to condense itself around and envelop Cordo at the moment.
Is that protected that you're doing?
Yeah.
Nice.
And Galvin will just like kind of shudder.
Go figure. So Galvin, you got a success and an advantage on that knowledge check.
Yep.
So you're not sure about the exact model of them, but you are able to identify they are an IG line of bodyguard droids of some kind.
And are they powered down currently?
They appear to be powered down at the moment, yes. Well, they're like in the little alcoves, so you think like they could get a signal from someone, like they may be enhanced security for the warehouse, basically.
Okay.
You recognize those droids?
I've seen something similar before. They are security droids, bodyguard types. But I agree with you, they are a little high-end for just standard warehouse security.
Alright, let's keep our eyes open. Much as I hate to say it, let's watch each other's backs.
Nice. But about this time, the little manager droid, which is, I'm going to say it's like, you know the maintenance droids from Episode 1, the beboppers that Anakin was messing with? Think of a cross between that and a 3PO unit. It's like got a protocol droid's programming, but it looks more like the little bebopper as it approaches, and it says, "Welcome, fiends. How may I assist you?" Someone's muted. All of you are muted, and I don't know if anyone was trying to talk there.
We're looking for a crate that was delivered here, and I'll give the dimensions and description of it. Can you direct us to its location, current location?
I am sorry, that one has been picked up by its new owner.
And who is the new owner?
Says, I am not at liberty to say. If you will follow me, though, I can see what I can find out. He starts bebopping towards.
Yeah, so we'll follow.
All right. Let's have a vigilance test.
Here it comes.
For everyone. Difficulty 3 purple, 1 setback.
Okay, I've just like Corto might feel like the Force envelop Galvin, but this time Galvin's just going to kind of, he's going to kind of camouflage himself so that his two companions can see him, but anyone around him might have difficulty discerning him from the surroundings.
Yeah. So Cordo doesn't notice anything, even though he's alert. But there's a threat.
Yeah, basically there's just so much going on around you with all the labor droids. There's just too much to track for you, basically.
So was it perception?
Yeah, no, vigilance.
Against
3 purple, 1 black.
Okay.
All right, so Drogon and Croto are busy just trying to track everything going around, and they just get lost in the shuffle, basically. Galvin, you notice the uh, uh, the three droids that were in the alcoves all their eyes light up at once as they power on. What is your immediate reaction upon seeing that?
Look lively. The droids have come online.
Okay. And I'm going to use the 3 threats to say that you do not notice the other problem. And so you will not get your range defense. You'll lose your range defense like you would from 3 threats in a combat.
Even though what about me? Because I'm kind of like misdirecting, so I can't be perceived.
Yeah, that's a force power though. It doesn't work on droids.
Ah, that old chestnut.
As a group, see, they are at medium range to you. You won't get your range defense. So, as a group of blaster shots come in your direction, Galvin, they do not hit you, even though you weren't really aware of them. Your preternatural reflexes with the Force protect you, and you go pirouetting away, basically. They will pass... actually, they'll give you 2 setback dice as you make a rather acrobatic but not entirely safe dodge from their blaster fire, so that you'll get 2 setbacks on your next attack, as not getting hit by the array of fire was more important than...
Okay, so like just for Drogon and Corto's benefit, this kind of shuffling, slow figure that has been walking around with them, suddenly just like in a blur of speed, kind of darts out the way of these blaster bolts.
And when you guys, and that'll be a cool test, as you guys are suddenly realize you're in an ambush. So cool checks for initiative.
Here you go, Alan. You get to hit something now.
Vigilance runs off of willpower? Is that right? Or is it cunning?
Willpower.
Willpower?
Yeah, willpower.
Thank you. That's the one thing I don't like about the stat blocks for NPCs in this game, is that it doesn't... I wish it had some way of doing that with the skills, just to help you remember what goes with what sometimes. Alright. So, did anyone roll a triumph? No? Okay.
No, but I would like to take a strain to add an extra success to mine. Do I need to call that out before we do it, or?
Nah, that's fine.
Okay.
So, 2... Alright, so Galvin, how many successes did you wind up with?
2 and how many advantage? 2 and 4 advantage.
Okay, Drogon?
3 and 3.
3 and 3. And Corto?
This is the cool check.
Yeah.
And those 5.
The initiative.
1 advantage.
1?
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Corto's not very cool. He's just
Fair
deadly.
He doesn't deal with ambush as well. Check. Okay. So,
He responds, but that's it.
Let's see, 3. So it is NPC. No. PC, NPC, NPC, PC, NPC, NPC. Okay, so it's 1 PC, then 2 NPC slots, then 1 PC, then 3 NPC slots, then a PC, then an NPC. No, that one advantage, you tied one of the NPCs, and I just, on ties, I give it to the players, so we don't have to sit there and roll off repeatedly. So, as you guys realize you're in an ambush, what is around you is you see those 3 IG units spring to life, and for visual image, just to make things simple for you guys, they are IG 100 Magna Guards, the things that flanked General Grievous in Episode 3. So there's 3 of those, and then there are 3 clusters of 4 each standard battle droids, the B1 units from the Battle of Naboo. And they're just cannon fodder things. There's 3 minion groups of 4 of those. So first up is a PC slot.
I figure, I don't know, which one of you two wants to go next? Galvin because he reacted to the blaster fire, or Drogon because he's Mandalorian and he's always keyed up for this?
I can go for.
Sure, that's fine with me.
Alright, so it's me?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm too busy dancing around dodging blaster fire.
Yeah.
Alright, so as this blaster fire starts incoming, Drogon would whirl around, pull his blaster carbine, drop to a knee, use true aim for his maneuver,
Okay.
and open fire. And I've got 2 ranks in true aim, so that drops my difficulty by 2.
Okay. Are you aiming at battle droids or Magna Guards?
The Magna Guards that came
Okay.
whirling up.
Alrighty, the Magna Guards. Okay, so they are at short range, which would be difficulty 1. Your true aim is going to offset the adversary ratings they have. So basically, you have just difficulty 1 purple, and they have 1 range defense. So 1 purple, 1 black.
Right. And I've got a rank in accuracy with my blaster carbine. So that gives me a boost.
And true aim gives you a boost because you get the benefits of aim as well.
Ah, yeah. Okay. So that gives me 2 boosts for 2 ranks, right?
Yep. No. Aim just gives you the 1 boost, but the 2 ranks will.
Alright, just wanted to make sure.
Actually, does true aim upgrade your attack or downgrade their defense? That I don't remember.
It would upgrade, sorry, not downgrade their defense.
So actually, you're shooting at 1 red, 1 black, but then you're getting upgraded twice. So that's basically just going to convert 2 greens to yellows, or add a green or add a yellow to your attack base.
And roll.
Okay.
4 successes, 4 advantages.
What's the basic gun? And does it have any pierce?
Base damage is 14.
So
And it
17.
does not have pierce.
Okay.
And crit is 3, so I'm going to go ahead and crit with that and pass a boost dice to the next PC.
Okay.
And
So go ahead and roll the percentile. And for simplicity's sake, this is IG Unit 1 that you're hitting. So,
20.
uh, 20. What does that crit do? Distracted. The target cannot perform a free maneuver during its next turn. Okay. Next up is 2 PCs. I will have the 2 undamaged IG units. They will be the ones that will go here. They're both going to draw their weapon and close as their maneuver with, let's see here, the Magna Guards. They are going to close, one of them with Galvin and one of them with Corto. So the one closing on Galvin, what is your defense, Galvin?
I've got defensive 3 for ranged and melee.
Okay, 3 each. Okay. Alright, so then they have this. And I'm going to go ahead and start using some Destiny points here.
Oh, those black ones are all mine. Leave them be.
No, they're not. You're the good guy in this adventure. So that will be 10 damage coming your way.
Soaked.
All 10?
Yep.
Ouch. Okay. Next up will be the other one attacking Corto. And what is your melee defense, Corto?
Korra has 3 defense, and he also upgrades their combat check by 2 levels. So it'll be 2 reds for them.
Okay.
For his sense power, he's dedicated his force die to his own defense.
Nice.
Does the ripple in the air whenever he exits his ship.
Okay. 10 damage coming your way as well.
Okay.
And then it is a PC slot.
Do you mind?
Go for it.
Alright, cool. Well, yeah, sensing that stuff's going down and it's getting real, I too would like to use the Force, and then, providing I get lucky, I'm going to commit a Force die to my sense power as well.
You don't have to roll that, you just choose to commit it.
Okay. Well, I'm going to commit a Force die to upgrading their attacks.
Okay, the defensive version, okay. And then,
can I still get an attack, or?
yeah, committing a Force die doesn't even use a maneuver.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Well, as an incidental, Galvin's just kind of, when he's finished dancing through the blaster fire, he's going to just, like, hold his hand out straight, and from underneath his robes, his lightsaber's going to, like, fly into his hand. Okay. And he's going to ignite it in a crackling green blade. Well, not like your standard lightsaber. This blade is crackling like Kylo's, and he's gonna. What range is he not engaged yet?
You're engaged with one of them. It attacked you with a stick.
Okay. In which case, lightsaber's out as an incidental, ignites it, and I'm going to attempt to chop it in 2.
Okay.
What am I rolling against?
It would be difficulty of 1 red, 1 purple, 1 black.
Okay.
And actually, I'm going to make it 2 red by spinning dark side.
Such a scummer.
So 2 red, 1 black.
Okay. And one of those.
Holy Jesus.
Oh, sorry, forgive the Force dice. I didn't mean to roll that.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 successes. What's the base damage on yours again?
9.
So that becomes 9 plus 6, 15 damage coming their way.
Yeah, burn 3, vicious 2, breach of 1.
Alright, so... 15... Alright. So you cut into him, and as your lightsaber like slashes into the droid's metal flesh, it actually meets with more resistance than you expected.
Yeah, 1 sec. Just let me bring up what burn does. Did you have vicious for that? Did you?
2 or 3. Vicious doesn't matter unless you crit.
Okay.
Burn takes 2 or 3 advantages to trigger, but you only have 1. So.
Roger that. Okay, thank you.
Actually, you need to roll a boost die because Drogon passed a boost die along, so that might actually change things.
That might give me my 2 advantages 1 time.
No, just another point damage. It still matters. It just.
Hang on. Wait there. And I think I had another point of damage because I'm engaged with just 1 person. 1 second.
Oh no, you're a Makashi duelist. You get an extra boost when engaged with.
Oh yeah, another boost die. Duelist training. 1 second. Sorry, I should have added that to the pool. No, there you go.
Okay. Still, you did some damage to him. Next up will be 3 NPCs, and I'm going to have the 3 different groups of battle droids go. Each group is going to take a shot at one of you. And you're all... I'm going to say that basically they're each shooting at... they'll take a maneuver to close, so they're going to be at short range to you. So that means the group shooting at Cordo would be at 1 red, 1 purple, because it would normally be 1 purple and you upgrade them twice. And then you have what range defense?
3.
Okay.
3.
So they hit. It is 8 damage coming your way.
Okay.
And that one will crit. And then he'll pass 2 boost dice off to the Magna Guard that's attacking you, Cordo.
I have a question about the crit. If it doesn't actually hurt me, does he still crit me?
Yes, crits just have to actually hit. But,
okay. Because the protect shield absorbed that damage.
Yeah, there's talents in a couple of different trees that actually specifically allow for if you reduce the damage of a hit to 0, then you can negate the crit.
Okay.
There's actually talents that do that, so that makes it.
Okay.
It was one of those things that I thought initially as well, but then whenever I found talents that say, okay, if you do this, then it negates the crit. Well, okay, then that means default it doesn't.
Yeah.
So 35 on the crit table is stunned. You are staggered until the end of your next turn.
Okay.
Then we'll have the attack on... Wait a minute. Okay, so they're only passing 1 boost dice along because the last 2 green dice only provided 1 advantage. For some reason it rolled too many green dice. Alright, so then Drogon, what is your range defense?
2.
2? Okay. And do you have any talents that's going to upgrade their difficulty? Or anything else?
No.
So they hit for 8. They did not crit, so they will pass the Magna Guard that is planning on attacking you 2 advantages, or 2 boost dice as well. And then the attack on Galvin.
Wouldn't it only be 1 because they only got 2 advantages?
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's specific allies, so yeah. in which case they actually would have a boost die on their roll. I'll pass the boost die to the next group. Galvin, how far into the sense tree are you? Do you upgrade their attack roll twice? Or their,
Yeah.
Okay, you upgrade it twice.
Upgrade it twice per round. So if I get to attack twice.
Okay. Which you are. This is the this is the first attack that you're getting since you activated it this round. But yeah. So they're attacking you. They're getting the boost dice from the original group because I forgot with the loss of that advantage they couldn't pass it to the Magna Guard specifically.
And I've got defense of 3.
Yeah. And so they hit for 8, which you soak, and they suffer a strain. Alright. So that is those 3. Next up is the last PC, which is Cordo, I believe.
Yep. So staggered is I can't take an action for 1 turn.
Right, you can't take an action. You can take maneuvers still.
Maneuvers, okay. So I have another quick question. Is using the force an action?
Depends on the force power.
I want
Some
to
of
do
them
my
are
protection
actions, some
again.
of them are incidental, some of them are maneuvers.
It's just the basic power.
Well, I mean, which one?
The protect.
Protect. Should say in the write-up of it, I think.
Just as makes a check and spend the force.
Protect, it's using the discipline, so that
Yep.
that is an action.
Okay. So in that case, I'll do my specialization. Force protection, it's a maneuver.
Okay.
So I'm going to suffer 1 strain and commit 1 of my force dice to protecting myself, increasing my soak.
Okay. All right.
And that's all I can do. With
So
no
that would be
actions.
your maneuver. You lost your action. You can still suffer 2 strain to take a second maneuver if you want. It's up to you.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, not really much I can think to do off the top of my head.
Okay. So then it is the Magna Guard attacking Drogon, who has a boost dice, and very quickly needing more bookmarks. So he's got that.
If it's melee, I got 3 defense.
3 melee defense. Any other modifiers for melee defense? Or, like, his attack check for melee?
No.
Okay. So...
Okay, so I guess I can do guarded stance as a maneuver.
Yeah, if you want to suffer the 2 strain for that.
Yeah.
So he hits you, that will do 10 damage coming your way. He will suffer a strain from the threat. So you can't really think of anything else to do with just 1. And then the Triumph will be a crit. So that's 46 on the chart.
Head ringer.
What's that one do?
Upgrades the difficulty of intellect and cunning checks once until the end of the encounter.
That's not the worst one for you to suffer.
No, I'm not very.
Now that you've read it, I had that one hit my Lannick in the Friday night game, and he's a Sorosu defender, so that was all my combat checks. Because I use intellect for lightsaber. So it was like, oh man. Hit all my intellect and my all his skills that he's good at. Intellect and mechanics and computers and everything. Alright, so that is the end of the first round. Top of the round, PC's turn.
Okay, so I'm going to change what I did. Instead of the guarded stance, I'm going to just pull out a weapon instead.
Okay.
So I don't have to waste my next turn doing that.
Okay, draw on one of your lightsabers.
Yeah.
Okay. So, start of the round, one of the PC's turn. Y'all can change the order if you wish.
I'm staggered, so I don't think that means I get to go first.
No, staggered until the end of your next round, which is already passed because you went last. Yeah. So you're already unstaggered now.
Dragon, how are you doing?
I'm fine. I mean, I've taken 2 points of wounds, but I'm good.
Okay. Do you want to go?
Yeah, I can go again.
Go for it, Sean.
I'll use my true aim and my point blank to, which is, let's see, 3, so that's going to be 1, 3. So yeah, to fire at that Magna Guard again.
And you're using a ranged heavy, right?
Yep.
So that would normally be 3 purple dice firing into engaged. He has adversary 1, so it'd be 1 red, 2 purple.
I've got, let's see, ranged heavy.
The forearm grip.
With this weapon while engaged to an additional. No, that's not it. Where was it? Decrease additional difficulty making ranged heavy checks with this weapon while engaged to 1.
So it's by 1. So it becomes 1 red, 1 purple, 1 black because of his range defense.
Alright.
So 1 of each.
Let's see how badly this thing hates me.
Now watch it be like a triple triumph now that he says something like that. Nope. Okay, it didn't like it. It let you hit. I mean.
Yeah, but let's see. I also have the 3 in point blank, and deadly accuracy. So 14 plus 4, so that's 18 points of damage.
14. Is that with the deadly accuracy and the 3 point blank?
Yep.
Okay, so 18 damage.
So that makes 8.
It soaks that much. You damn near blast an arm off, and it's hanging on by a few wires, basically. But the thing is still kind of coming at you. It's still functional. Ish.
Okay.
Next up will be 2 NPCs. I'll have your foe go because he may not get another shot. And your melee defense is what again? Jorgen? 2 or 3? 3? Okay. Alright. He's going to try to smack you. He hits you for 10 damage. And he got 2 advantages, so he will trigger his linked quality and hit you with the other end of it for 8 more.
Alright, well I soaked the other 8.
Okay. Next up will be the, we'll have the Magna Guard on Galvin. So...
Remember to upgrade it twice.
2 upgraded. And you have 3 melee defense, right?
Yep.
So that is 10 damage and a crit, and he's going to suffer some strain. Well, actually, you can give him either 2 strain damage, or you could give him a setback, or you could get a free maneuver. What do you want to do with the 2 threats there?
Well, actually, due to I've got a stun matrix built into my armor, so with 2 threats, I can disorient him for 2 rounds.
Okay. He's disoriented for 2 rounds. Okay. And your crit, he's going to crit you with the Triumph, and that's an 87, which is getting up there into the dangerous ones. 87, compromise. Increase the difficulty of all skill checks by 1 until the end of the encounter. Okay. Or actually, is that's the second crit on you, isn't it?
It's a what?
Or no.
A crit on me?
No, no, that's right. That's the first. Now everyone has 1 on them. you're the last one to get one.
Okay.
Okay. Everybody's got one crit on them so
So
far.
just basically upgrade everything by one, yeah?
Yep. All skill checks till the end of this encounter.
Okay.
So now it's a PC's turn.
My turn.
Okay.
Payback. Damn you, droid. Okay, so he's disoriented, which allows me to add 1 damage for prey on the weak.
Okay.
So after getting this,
The attack roll will be one of each, 1 purple, 1 red, 1 black for his defense.
And so I upgrade that purple to a red, yeah? Second one. Because of my crit.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It'll be 2 red and 1 black for you.
Okay, but then I get a boost dice because I'm just on 1-on-1. Yeah, I didn't get any boost from anywhere else, did I? So, right, and I think I've got an advantage to throw in there as well. Okay, wish me luck. Oh!
Okay, so that's base damage, and you get
So
+1 for prey.
9, but then +1 for prey on the week's 10, and that'll be a crit as well.
Alright. And you have Vicious, right?
Yep.
How many Vicious do you have?
Vicious 2.
Okay, and roll your percentile.
Okay. Oh, can I activate? So it's either crit or burn I activate, isn't it?
Well, what's your crit rating?
My crit rating's 3, which would leave me only with 2 advantage, which...
2, I don't think that's... I think burn requires 3, but I'll double check while you're rolling the percentile.
It says burn 3.
Well, no. The burn rating tells you how much damage it burns for next round.
Okay. Oh, 2 might be enough to activate it then.
Yeah, it's 2. Any active ability that doesn't specify how many it takes is 2. So, yeah, you can activate that, and it'll do...
3 burn damage?
Oh, it's not 3 burn damage. It's the weapon's base damage each round for the burn rating in rounds. So, you activate... Yeah, so that's going to hurt. Alright, so...
and I'm still going to roll my crit.
Yeah, roll the percentile. 22 becomes 44. Bowled over, the target is knocked prone and suffers 1 strain.
I'm disorientated for another round after this. Scummer. Oh, 2 rounds actually. But I don't envision him lasting that long.
And he's got burn 3. Alright. Then it would be... 3 NPCs, so this will be the basic battle droids. Each firing at you guys. So first group firing at Galvin. They missed but got 2 advantages, so they will pass 2 boost dice to the next group firing, which is firing at Cordo. They hit. For some reason, it only rolled 1 boost die, but whatever. So they have 9 damage coming your way, Cordo. And then Drogon, you only have 2 range defense, right? I think that's a 2. Okay. They hit you for 8 damage, and they suffer a strain. And then it's the last PC's turn. Which I think is Cordo again.
So what's the weapon that they're attacking us with? The IGs?
They have it's an electro staff.
Okay. So in the previous round, when these guys activate and they rush, and it takes a swipe at Cordo with its electro staff, and Cordo stumbles back. Before this, he had his hood up, he had his arms in his sleeves, but when he takes the hit and he staggers back, his arms come out of his sleeves, and he's holding two chrome lightsaber hilts that immediately ignite into two blue blades, and the one in his left hand is a very erratic blade, similar to Galvin's, and the other one in his right is a very bright blue blade. And then the other actions happen. It comes back to him now. So so we have one damaged by Drogon, and Galvin was attacking another one.
Yeah, there's the one that's attacking Drogon. Your Magna Guard is the only of the Magna Guards undamaged.
Yeah.
Both of the other two have some pretty serious damage and circuitry exposed. A couple of the battle droids have some minor damage, like one of them tripped and fell over, took some strain type things.
So I'm engaged with my own right now. Okay. All right. So I'll take. What's the difficulty in an attack on these guys? On mine?
It would be 1 purple, 1 red, 1 black. Normally, unless you've got talents that interact with that in some way.
So what I'm going to do is Cordo is going to dedicate his force die to his offense.
Okay.
Another one of his force die to his offense.
And what's your force rating total? 3?
3.
Okay, so you get 1 to offense and 1 to defense now. So that will upgrade your attack roll now as well. So.
Yeah. And for my maneuver is I'm going to aim, size up this thing, and go in for my swing. Okay. I want to swing with both blades.
Okay, so that's +1 difficulty.
Yep. So 2 red then, right? Instead of the purple.
Let's see here. No, it would be default difficulty 3 for swinging with dual wielding. So it'd be 3 purple, and one of those becomes a red because of their adversary. So it's 2 purple, 1 red, 1 black.
So if I just swing with 1, it's only 1 purple, 1 red, 1 black?
Yeah, you're adding a purple for swinging with both.
Okay, I might do that. And I'm going to flip a destiny point to upgrade one more time, my swing. And so 2 purple, 1 red, 1 black.
Yep.
Right? Okay. Hope this works. Okay.
You hit with one of them.
I hit with one, but they're paired. So
no, but you don't have any advantages to trigger the
paired quality grants automatic advantages. So it only takes...
Paired lowered the amount it needed to trigger by 1.
Yeah, by 1 advantage.
Right, but it takes 2 normally, and you didn't roll any advantages.
So if I have paired on both blades, do they combine their effect? So one is paired, the other's paired. So
no, because you only need paired on your offhand weapon.
Okay.
Because it's the only one that needs to trigger the swing. I mean, you may want it on both in case you ever, especially if your weapons are different, so you can designate which one's your primary in an attack. But if they're the same,
switch hands or something.
Yeah. Okay. But if they're the same, then you only have to have paired on your offhand weapon because it's the one that's triggering the paired attack.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll just hit with the first one.
What's your base damage with that one?
This one will be base 8.
So that becomes 12.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and you cut into it, and like I described before, Galvin, it is not a hot knife through butter.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. They're also superior, so they grant automatic advantages for that too.
Okay, so you do get an automatic advantage for that. So you'll be able to
paired and superior, so they should hit automatically, both of them, every time. So it's going to be 17 base plus 5 more. And it's also disorient 3 and concussive 2.
17 base.
17 base plus 5 more.
I thought you said, oh no, their base is 8. You said. So
one is 8, one is 9.
Oh, okay.
And it does two complete hits with each weapon.
12 and 9.
Yeah. Well,
And then...
I think it's the 2 complete hits, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a 12 and a 9, though. Oh, you're saying for the extra successes on... Maybe wrong on that.
Yeah, I think the successes apply on the second hit, too.
Okay, so it's 12 and 13, then.
Yeah. And plus Disorient 3 and Concussive 2.
Disorient 3 and Concussive 2 both have to be triggered.
I'm not going to activate those. Yeah, I don't have advantages for that. I'm going to use it for the...
Alright, so you tear into this thing with 2 good blows. It does not move. The blades are slowed. I mean, it has some serious armor to it.
Yeah. Does it look somewhat damaged, at least?
Yes, yes. I mean, you definitely damaged it, but it's... your blades just didn't move through it like you actually met some resistance, which is relatively unusual in personal scale combat with lightsabers, as far as that goes. Then it would be the last PC's turn, which is the Magna Guard. Who's not been attacked by their Magna Guard this turn? Is it Cordo? So I know I hit Drogon. I know I hit... Yeah, it's Cordo's Magna Guard.
Yeah, I've just been shot at. I haven't been slapped around yet.
So... Hit you for 10, suffers a strain and a despair. Anything in particular you want to do with the despair? I don't know what talents you have that you might be able to do some weird stuff with. Or
can I break his weapon?
No, you cannot break his weapon. You can disarm him, but...
Okay, yeah, sure. That's good enough.
No,
disarm him.
So as he clocks you, you like go up to kind of try to parry, and like he loses grab of the weapon. It goes cluttering off, where he'll have to spend his action next turn going to get it. And then we are to the top of the round. PC's turn.
All right, unless either you want to go first, I'll go again.
Okay.
In which case, I'll do the same as last time. I'll use my true aim and fire at this guy again, this Magna Guard on me.
Okay.
That's 1 purple, 1 red, 1 black.
Yes.
So I'm just making some toast, doesn't need breakfast.
And you dropped it. With much, I mean, like you blew the chest cavity out of this thing.
Alright, yeah, because that would have been another 18 damage.
Yeah, 18 damage, but it only had 1 wound left. Like, boom, there goes the middle of it.
And then as an incidental, I tell Cortos and Galvin to back up.
Okay.
Cordo just looks at you for a second and then, okay, yep. We'll do so when able.
I'm gonna, now it's 2 NPCs, I'm gonna go with the Magna Guards on the Jedi and the Inquisitor. You both have the same stats, so the first one will be the Jedi. Interesting. Oh wait, no, the one on the Jedi, he's not attacking this round, he's going to get in his weapon, so...
Sweet.
Never mind. So the attack on the Inquisitor.
Oh no, because he's knocked on the floor and he's disorientated and he's stunned.
Oh yeah, he needs well no, he's not stunned, he's disoriented, which just gives him another
no, because like he hit me and I spent I did something. Yeah,
you got burn on him, so he takes some more damage just by it being his turn.
No, chuck him on. Yeah, generate to upgrade. No, it's not that way. I did something. He got 3 failures.
No, he got
knocked him down.
Yeah, you knocked him down, and his maneuver is to stand up. And
okay.
So he'll hit you for 9 damage.
Okay.
Anything in particular you want to use that despair for?
Yeah. I want him to... Yeah, I parry the hit, and then basically it means I can riposte after his attack for base damage.
Okay, and your base damage is what again?
9. Improved parry.
And so with his double triumph, he's going to do double crit on you. You've already got 1 crit, so the first one triggers a crit, the second one gives him plus 10 to the roll, so he's got plus 20 to this roll from the thing, and he rolled 35, so it's 55.
Even though he didn't hit in the first instance, he just got an advantage.
No.
Oh no, sorry, that was a different roll.
Yeah, that was a different roll. So he hit and double triumph and despair. So he basically he goes for you and leaves an opening, and you're able to do your riposte against him basically. So you hit him. He burns a little bit from your previous wound, and then he gives you a fearsome wound. The target increases the difficulty of all presence and willpower checks by 1 until the end of the counter. Aren't you glad you're not a Nemon disciple or Makashi duelist who actually uses presence?
Yeah, not me.
Alright, so then it is another PC's turn. Whether it's Galvin or Gordo. I think both of you got up at the same time, so someone's got to return.
I'll go. Sorry, I didn't have breakfast. I'm just grabbing some toast real quick. Okay, I'll go next since Corto is just, communing with his force. Well, I'm really upset with this IG droid, so I'm gonna finish him off.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. Whether or not it works is another matter. Depends on
it'll work. I'm telling you now. Right,
I know eventually. It's just a question of whether it's this attack.
Yeah. Alright, so what am I rolling? So I've got hang on the weeks going.
1 red, 1 purple, 1 black.
Okay. Red, 1 purple, 1 black. And do you know what? Just for lols, I'm gonna flip a point.
Okay.
To upgrade, because I really want to finish this guy off. He's starting to annoy me now. Boosh!
So, and your base damage is 9, right?
Yeah. 10 because I got prey on the week, so 10.
Plus 10.
13.
13.
Crit. No, because I crit the guy last time. I'm sure. Yeah, I knocked him down, didn't I, with the crit? Yeah, that's another crit.
So, last time you crit this guy, so he's got 1 crit on him. You can spend 3 advantages to trigger another crit, which will give you. So you'll get a crit roll plus 10 from last time, plus 20 from your vicious, so that's plus 30 to the roll. You can spend the triumph to give you another plus 10 if you want, or you can use the triumph for something else. Or you can use the triumph for the crit and use your advantages for something else, whichever you wanted to do there.
No, I'll use the triumph to some gem him and disarm him.
Okay. Nice. So, roll me a percentile and add 30 to the roll.
Okay.
Oh man, 96 becomes 126. Gruesome injury. Roll a die 10. Go ahead and roll a die 10. Just
the die?
Where the 100 is.
That's the 100 divided by 10. Okay, cool. 7.
7. Okay. So. 7 means intellect. That characteristic is permanently reduced by 1 to a minimum of 1. So now it is dumber. Like you, basically that attack, like you shave off part of its head cavity, and like part of the circuitry is just like gone.
Sparking.
Yep. Alrighty.
It's not dead.
No, it's not dead.
Jesus.
It is sparking. It's got multiple lightsaber wounds. One of the lightsaber wounds is actually burning. Part of its head is gone, and it is still standing.
and it's disarmed, and
Yeah.
I think it's.
I mean, it's not going to
one
be
more
doing
round.
much, but it is still there.
Okay, it's disoriented for one more round.
Yeah. Next will be 3 NPC slots. That is the battle droids. The ones attacking. I'm just going to go across the screen. Galvin first. That unit is going to have to replace their power cells as the weapons all like. The two advantages, they're going to give Galvin a setback on his next roll as he's dancing around the blaster fire before it runs out of vent juice. Then the same attack against Cordo. But they actually hit you for 8 damage. And then the attack on Drogon. They will not hit you, and they'll use the Triumph to knock you prone as blaster fire peppers the ground underneath you, and you try to dance away from getting your legs blown off and end up falling on your face. The advantages, they will give the Magna Guard on Cordo specifically 2 boost dice. As when Drogon falls, he almost rolls up on the side of Cordo's leg, and Cordo has to give some attention to not getting rolled over by a Mandalorian as the Magna Guard engages with him. So then
what the hell, man? You told me to get out of the way.
It's Cordo's turn. Well, he needed you to right then because he didn't want to roll up on you. He knew this was coming somehow.
Exactly. That's why I told you to move.
I didn't get a chance to move yet.
It's your turn, Cordo. Now you can move.
Okay. Now I can move, yeah. So just to clarify that, whatever Drogon wanted us to move for hasn't happened yet, right?
No, it hasn't. He dropped his Magna Guard and then told y'all to move, so. You can bet, though, that if he goes first next round, that's probably what he's got planned. So
is it possible for me to still take a swing at mine and then move? Or do I have to move
yeah, you can do that.
now first?
You
No,
can do
it's
your
okay.
move for
Alright.
a second if you want.
Alright, so I'm going to do the same thing again. So the previous round, I just swung into it with the right blade, swung into it with the left blade, managed to disarm it, and then Drogon says, "Move, get out of the way." And I turn and look, nod, and
As he comes rolling over.
and then he comes rolling towards me. I move out of the way, and I'm going to take another couple swipes before I get the hell out of the way.
So it would be 2 purple, 1 red, 1 black. Again.
Okay. I'm going to flip one more time, make sure I get a good hit here. And let's see. Okay, so I didn't hit, but I got 3 advantages.
And you got your 1 automatic from your superior weapons. That's 4 advantages.
4 advantages, yeah. So I want to say that from my swings, I can maneuver the Magna Droid into a better position for whatever Drogon is intending to do. Like, if it's better for them to be closer together, then my Magna Droid's going to back up a little bit closer to one of the other ones, or something like that. Like the positioning.
Okay, so you're gonna use it to drive him back in the battlefield a bit, and then you're gonna dash away from him.
Yep, exactly.
So that he will be
Push him back toward the battle droids.
Yeah, he's gonna be
Okay,
short
that's what I'll
range
do then.
from the battle droids.
Yeah. So my swings don't connect, but as he's dodging my swings, he's moving back towards the battle droids, and then I'll move away.
Okay. And then it will be top of the round. I have a feeling Drogon's wanting to go first this time.
Blow him up.
Alright, yeah, so as I go diving to the side, with my blaster carbine having a sling on it, I can use my incidental to drop it. Basically, it's like hooked to my shoulder, though, so it just slings down. And then my maneuver, I pull a mini thermal detonator from my hip,
Nice.
and I fling it out towards the battle droids.
Okay. And do you have, I think it's called Strong Arm, the talent that lets
Yes,
you
I do.
Okay. I knew you were one of the right specializations. I just couldn't remember if you had it. All right, so you can throw it out there too, and so we'll make your attack roll.
And they're in short range, so that's just one purple?
Well, no, they're medium range to you.
Oh, they're medium range. All right. Okay.
So it'd be the 2 purple. And I'm assuming the target is the group that's been shooting at you, with the blast hopefully hitting all 3 groups, basically.
Basically.
Okay.
Alright, and let's see how badly this roller hates me. Oh, yes. It doesn't this time. 2 success, 3 advantage, and a triumph.
What's the base damage on that?
Base damage is 12.
Okay, so that group evaporates. What's the blast damage?
10.
Alright, so you, let's see here. So you do the blast, boom, boom, boom. So I'm going to say the triumph is actually that you're able to throw it in such a way that the Magna droid that Cordo actually shoved back is at the edge of the range, so you like blow the back off of him, basically.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
So that'll do some damage to him. So it's 12, and it has... That's the one Cordo's been fighting, so... Okay. You vaporize, like, all 12 battle droids vaporize, and you like the back plating on Cordo, the Magna Guard that Cordo's been fighting. Like the edge of the explosion just vaporizes the back plating, and that droid looks like, oh, that wasn't pleasant. And then it is
Nice one.
2 NPCs' turn, which there's only the 2 Magna droids left. The one that Galvin's been engaged with, he reaches down to get his weapon, picking it up and rearing back as though he's going to take a swing at Galvin, and then he just sparks and shorts, and the burning gash that you left across him, he just suddenly just like slides, and his torso just disengages right there as that one wound point hits and reduces him to 0.
Cool.
So like the whole the whole arc welding thing's going, and all of a sudden it's just like splits apart there, and then the IG droid that just got his backplating vaporized by the mini thermal detonator is going to try to he's going to use his maneuver to close on Drogon, and he's going to take a swing at Drogon because damn, you just used the mini thermal detonator on him. And your melee defense is 3. So it's 2 purple and 3 black. And then okay, so he's going to hit you for 12 damage coming your way. And the number of strain he just got, all of a sudden, like after he swings, apparently the damage to his back plating is enough that he like and just folds in half, like powered down, it appears. Alright, so that you've now dispatched all the droids in combat with you. The manager droid has, like, this whole time he's just been continue walking like he's on his task ready to lead you to the office type thing. He's, like, at medium range in the other direction from where the fight came from. And the other labor droids don't even seem to have, like, registered what's going on. They're still going about their tasks, other than, like, one of them had the hover sled that he was pushing, like, partially vaporized by the thermal detonator go off, and so that one's rather confused about what he does now, but other than that, it's like, part of my package is gone. So what do you guys do now?
I'm going to attempt to heal. Well, like the first crit is after the encounter, but the minus willpower one is that like
That one
after
was
the
till the end of
encounter?
the encounter as well. So
okay, cool.
the only thing that matters about all the crits that you guys received is the fact that you got to remember how many crits you have on you, because if you get crit later in the session, it will keep adding plus 10 for each crit on you. So.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I would like to recover some strain.
Yep. Roll cool or discipline.
I'll do that too.
Successes restore strain.
It's weird, it's not showing my rolls.
Then Drogon gets up to his like kneeling position and pulls out 2 stim packs and just jabs one in each leg.
Okay. So that'll heal 9.
Yep. Brings me back to full.
I have to switch rollers for a second. This one's not showing up. Okay, so I heal 2 strain.
Okay. Galvin healed 1.
I only had 1 missing, in fairness.
That's all you needed then. If you're only missing 1, you don't need to roll more than that.
Yeah, I didn't take any wounds either, so I'm pretty much okay apart from those 2 crits.
Alright, so we got through that fight with Galvin basically full health, Drogon needing to use 2 stim packs, and then Cordo, how banged up are you?
Not that banged up, but I'm going to top up with a stim pack. Just
Okay.
because of the present company.
Gotcha. Want to leave
Just
yourself
in
vulnerable,
case.
huh?
Yeah. Not going to take any chances.
Alright. Let's take a quick 5-minute break for bathrooms and drink refills, and then we will resume very quickly. I'm back whenever y'all are.
Yeah, I'm cool. I'm just going to need to jump up and finish my cup of tea. But I'm still playing and listening and stuff.
Alright, someone missed me on Facebook. I'm trying to see what. Alright. What is everyone's soak? Galvin, you have 10?
Yeah.
8.
Unmodified is 6.
Okay. Alrighty. I'm just gonna this next part. Alright, so you guys, what are you going to do next as far as your chase at this point?
I think somebody here definitely has to do some explaining about what just happened.
Yeah, Drogon's going after that manager droid to find out what the hell happened, who's responsible.
And who activated these droids? Where the signal came from?
He, as you like catch up with him a little bit, he is in the middle of conversation, like he's motioning off this direction. He's like, and over here you see how we store biological materials that come into the warehouse, and over here to the right up ahead we have the, like, he's like giving you the tour on the way to the office, and like gave no recognition of the fight.
Wow.
Which is unusual.
Okay, I want to try and use my sense power to sense any sentient, not droids obviously, but any sentient beings in the warehouse. Like, I want, maybe this guy's a bit closer than we thought. How would he know to activate them at the time?
Go ahead and roll, and what is the range, like how many range upgrades do you have on sense?
Difficulty. I've got I've got difficulty, duration, and strength, but nothing to do with range.
Okay, that's the other side of the tree. So, yeah, so you just have the basic power then. Okay, that's only going to help you out to short range. So I mean, I'll just say you turn it on as you're like.
Yeah, can I commit the force die and just be walking around? So.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Like as you're walking through, I'll let you know if you get close enough to another sentient being other than the the three of you guys, basically.
Cool. Also, I want to be kind of feeling for like ripples in the force that aren't coming from Corto.
Okay. Let's see here.
There's one that you feel right now from Corto, and you feel again that enveloping, condensing aspect of the light side around him.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, apart from making me want to gag, it doesn't.
You both can feel the presence of another Force user on the planet. It's powerful enough you're feeling it. You can tell he's not like right around the corner, but you can tell that there is someone else on this planet, and he is most definitely a dark side user. But Galvin, what's your negative emotion that you use again?
Weakness, I believe. No, cruelty. Cruelty, I think.
Cruelty? Okay. Whereas Galvin has a very cold but pointed feeling about his dark side presence, with that cruelty aspect. The other sensation you have is dang it. Oh, what am I doing? I'm looking in the book when I can just look at the damn character sheet. There is a raw determination and almost arrogance about this other dark side presence.
Kind of like rings true with me. I used to be a bit
Well,
arrogant.
but yours is like that cold cruelty. Like, it's a cold sensation. This guy, his presence is more like feeling granite, whereas yours is putting your hand on ice type sensation. So it's a different kind of presence. Actually, Galvin, with your history, it would be more similar to the Emperor's presence than it is to Vader's presence, if that makes sense.
Okay, like even more powerful than Vader.
Yes, more powerful, more focused, and just downright scary.
Okay, Galvin will just kind of like, he'll be looking down. And like as he's feeling this, he'll just kind of like slowly look, like raise his head. He's still got his cowl up, by the way. But he'll. Sorry, bus is outside. He'll just look up and just say, there is a being who is extremely strong in the dark side, other than myself, on this planet. Power that I've rarely felt before emanates from him. Our quarry is close.
Corda will also feel the same thing, and the same time that Galvin looks up, Corda will turn to him, and they'll share a look, and he'll nod when he hears Galvin say that, and he'll say, "He's here, and you're right, he's strong. We need to take him down."
You actually can feel like it's almost like he is. You can feel his presence, and it's like he's no longer masking it. It's like he's almost beckoning to you guys. Like you think you can follow him.
He's taunting us.
Yeah, he's
Calling
taunting
us out. We'll turn to Drogon and say exactly that. Looks like cat and mouse is over. He's calling us out now.
And I say we go find him.
You got another one of those little mini thermals, by any chance?
2 more.
Perfect.
All right. You guys. What?
I was just going to say, like, in a weird kind of way, I'm starting to, I'm looking at Corto and I'm getting this kind of Talladega Nights thing, shake and bake, baby. We're like working together in a kind of weird way. We're kind of complimenting each other, and it's just kind of, it's I keep it to myself, but that's what I'm thinking.
Gotcha.
I'll look back to Galvin and I'll say, "Can we count on you in this to do what has to be done?"
More than likely.
I'll nod and take his word for it.
Not much else you can do about it.
Yeah, not much else I can do, but I wanted that to be spoken between us.
All right.
If this person represents a threat to everything I hold dear, my Inquisition, then yeah, you can count on my support.
Fair enough.
All right, and then a montage screen wipe type thing as you guys get you find yourselves a trio of speeder bikes and start across the surface of the planet, following that feeling. Obviously, Drogon kind of pulling up the rear since he's not following a force sense to lead the way, basically. All right, so you guys, after about an hour on speeder bikes, you find your way to what appears to be the entrance to a maximum security prison on the planet, where you see troop transports and gates sparking with energy and fires. You see a troop transport that has been just cut into, and it's the telltale obvious sign of a lightsaber that just sliced into it, and you see body parts and droids broken and all sorts of stuff around as you close in on this thing. You see a hole cut in the side of the building where it's obvious this guy, whoever it was not patient enough anymore to use a door. He just made his own. You can hear and see sirens in the distance where reinforcements are on the way, but they're, because of the carnage around the prison itself, prisoners, guards, emergency service personnel, you find all of them just dismembered. Some of them are lightsaber injuries, others are look like they've been ripped apart, like by bare hands. You do not see anything that indicates Force Lightning's use or anything similar to that, at least. So that's always a plus. At least you're not going to die by electrocution.
Always a bonus.
And yeah.
So it looks like, I'll say to the others, so it looks like he's suddenly in a hurry. Maybe he has something to fear from us as well.
Or maybe he's just close to completing his goal. We should move quickly with haste.
And I'll look again at each of them, look them in the eye, and say, if he's as strong as strong as we think he is, we have to take him down together. We have to coordinate our tactics, work together to finish him.
Agreed. He does seem to be an extremely powerful individual.
I don't see that being a problem.
So maybe, Galvin, you and I can try to flank him or attack him together simultaneously. And Drogon, you can try to take him from range.
Sounds good.
I believe the three of us should be more than a match for him.
So again, Cora will take out his lightsabers and ignite them if we're close enough. If we think he's pretty close to us right now.
Well, I mean, I'm imagining y'all walking into the prison. You don't know how far into the prison or what corridors or what else you might run into. So igniting them before you step into the prison corridor probably makes sense.
Yeah, definitely.
Plus, it's a good climactic point to do so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll have my green blade crackling, but I'll be holding it in front of me so I'm not accidentally poking anyone with it.
That's probably a good idea. That's nice of you.
Thanks, man.
No problem.
All right. So
yeah, we'll advance through the facility, searching.
As you make your way along, following the feeling that you're feeling, you now realize as you're getting closer and seeing it that the taunting sensation that you've got that's been so easy to follow is literally the snuffing out of life forces as he just kills people along the way at this point. Like, it's not that you're necessarily sensing him, you're just sensing his work as he's doing that. Like, every once in a while you'll feel a flare again and then you'll feel the silence of 2 or 3 more voices snuffed out. Galvin, considering your penchant for order, even though you are willing to do what is necessary, this is just genocidal. I mean, basically, like, to not have any slowing down and that sort of thing.
Okay. Yeah, Galvin's of the opinion if people are deserving of it, then yeah. But if it's just if there's no inquisition, no questions, no rationale, it's just mindless murder. That Galvin's a tad uncomfortable with it, like a touch, like ever so slightly. He's really not that bothered, but he does notice that it's the step too far.
Right. This is no longer order being imposed by being willing to do what's necessary. This is just slaughter for no good reason, it seems.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
As those life forces are being snuffed out, Cordell's feeling them as well, and he's definitely offended by that. Just the wanton disregard for life, just careless and reckless, and he's just becoming more and more determined that this guy has to be stopped, whoever it is, whatever it is.
Eventually, you make your way to what appears to be a basement, where he has cut a hole in a wall in the bedrock itself, and you find where he's force moved a chunk of bedrock about 3 foot thick out of the wall and exposed a cave network going into the bowels of Belsatis. As you proceed down this network of tunnels, you can feel the heat rising as you head that way, unless you've got a sealed armor, because that's sealed against that. But you can feel the heat rising, and you can see smoke and like a noxious-looking colored fumes in the upper part of the tunnel, like it's collecting basically there. Not yet to the point where it's obscuring any vision or anything, but it's above your heads type thing that is noticeable. Eventually, you come out of the tunnel, and you are now in what at first glance, it appears to be a cavern, but then you realize that this is actually a cutout area, that it looks like it's another prison almost, that the foundations of later prisons were built over the top of. And at first glance, it appears to be a prison, and then later, as you get closer, you realize that the architecture is not anything like what you've seen on Belsavis. It actually is more reminiscent of the Jedi temples in nature. And as you get closer, I mean, like, ever since you entered the tunnels, you're no longer finding bodies scattered along. But as you get closer, you feel a new presence in the Force. Another Force user.
2 of them.
Yeah, you feel a second Force presence up ahead. This one is also a dark side Force user that you can feel. And as you come to the entrance to the temple, there is a sealed door before you. It's clear he did not enter this way unless he had a way of opening the door without just slashing rampantly through it. So you could continue searching for another way in, or you could follow whatever it is you're sensing inside.
So when we sense the second Force user and we know he's a dark side, Corda will turn to Galvin and he'll say, "Another friend of yours or a friend of his?"
Can I reach out? But I mean, I'm not expecting anyone to be here, so but could I reach out anyway to see if his power's familiar to me that I've been
It is
counting?
not familiar to you. You've never felt anything like this. The rage and fear that drove Vader feels like nothing compared to the rage of this new Force user.
I'll just you can't see because I got my cowl up, but if you could, you'd notice that he's a little whiter underneath that cowl.
It's like, what have I got myself into type.
Yeah, it's like, no idea, but the power of the dark side, the hatred, I've never felt it's like before, and I've been around some unpleasant people, or people that you would find unpleasant.
I can sense it too. It's very disturbing. 1, such Force user is bad enough for us to deal with, but 2, it's not looking good. Can we get through this door? Do you recognize this architecture?
It is. This appears to be a pretty solid door. You could probably get through it.
Like, it'll just open? It's not like...
There's no obvious locking mechanism.
Okay.
Is there any kind of force lock on the door? Like, can you reach out?
Not that you can see.
So when you said this looks like a Jedi temple, is there any kind of lore check or something I can do to recognize if I think this is in particular a Jedi temple, or some signs that I would recognize, or if I think perhaps this is a Sith temple?
Yeah, I'll go for the Sith side.
But both of you basically, you see architectural similarities to both a Jedi temple and a Sith temple. Like, it has similarities to those, but it is clear that basically whoever built this place was inspired by one or both of those. It is not either, if that makes sense. They were just the architecture is inspired by them. So it's got a lot of similarities and things that go, man, that looks, I mean, it could be, but it's not like any of them you've ever actually seen.
And do we feel like the 2 Force users are in the next room or still a distance away from us?
They're still a distance away, and both are below you to an extent from where you're at now, because you come up the little bit of the little stairway towards this door, and you can feel them kind of down and in from here. They don't appear to be right next to each other. You get the idea that one of them, the one that's just pure rage is not moving. The other one is moving still.
Towards it?
Towards the one that's emanating the pure rage?
Yes. As you track him, you think that's what he's doing. He's moving in that direction.
Galvin will just say, I've had a very horrible thought. Perhaps the one that's emanating who reeks of power, he's a prisoner here, and the one we've been tracking is actually intending to free him, which would be very bad for the entire universe.
Those are my thoughts as well. I think we need to quickly intercept him and deal with him before he can unlock whatever prison contains that second individual.
Agreed. I'll look at the door. Is there any handle on it? Any obvious way of opening it?
No, it looks like you would have to either push it or lift it or something along those lines.
Okay, well, Galvin is a pretty strong dude, so
Start off trying.
first of all, I'll try and push it. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, the old-fashioned way. I'll give it a push.
All right. When you push on it, you can feel the slight movement of, like, you can tell that it is movable, but it is not readily. It doesn't give to your push very much at all. Like, you feel the very slightest movement.
Okay, so if it does open, it would actually go inwards and not upwards.
You believe so? Yes.
Okay. Well, hopefully, maybe like the other guys did here, like this, a bit of a grate of metal on stone as I push against it. I'd be like, it's too heavy for me to do alone.
I'll turn to Drogon and I'll say, can your canine droids find us another way? Can they track or at least find us another route?
Drogon would turn to the two droids and he'd just simply say, find them.
Okay. So are you going to follow the droids, or are y'all going to keep messing with the door until Drogon reports that the droids have found another way?
It depends. Are they moving off with purpose, or are they just kind of like sniffing at the air or whatever?
They start off like doing the whole spread out and like crossing each other's paths, sniffing of the area type thing, trying to find a trail. So just want to know if y'all are going to try anything else with the door, or are you going to wait and follow them?
Probably try the door one more time until we're sure whether or not they've found anything, because they've each got a cam droid that pops off
is able to report
back
to
and
you.
floats along with them.
Can I do a perception check on the door to examine it carefully to look for any kind of mechanism that would open it on its own without us having to use manual
You
force?
don't find any. There's nothing on the outside that indicates how it opens. I mean, Galvin felt the slightest of movement. So, I mean, it's possible with additional help he could do it.
I never thought I'd say this, but let me help you. Maybe together we can open it.
Shake and bake, baby.
Okay, so y'all both got like poise up, like shoulder to it, ready to just shove with all your
exactly.
might.
I'm gonna put my shoulder to it. I'm not gonna turn off my sabers or anything like that. I'm just gonna put my
when
weight
you
into
guys
it.
put your shoulders to it and get ready to shove, like you both are like 1, 2, 3, and as soon as you shove, you feel it just give way. Like it doesn't. It's not the hard push that you were ready for. It moves so fast that you actually both scramble to keep your feet under you because you were ready to shove so hard because Galvin barely felt movement. And it shoves away, and it basically just like shoves into a crevice in the wall, and it opens up a passageway that's a side passage, basically. Like it shoved all the way in the hall, and then you can now enter the temple, or the prison, basically.
Galvin,
All right,
kind
go for it.
Well, that was easy.
Galvin.
Why couldn't you open that the first time?
Well, I'm about to explain. Galvin will pick himself up and just say, "This is a very interesting prison indeed, and I think I understand its mechanics. In fact, it's a very clever prison. It seems that when both the light side of the Force and the dark side of the Force work together, the door would open. And considering the prisoner in here seems to be of the dark side, no light side user in the right mind would ever help him escape. It's a genius prison, if that's the case."
Very clever indeed, and not likely to be opened very often.
Exactly.
As you guys look down this tunnel that's opened up, the hallway, it is relatively large. I mean, like, you think 2 Wookiees walking side by side would be crowded. I mean, but like you guys can walk 2 of you easily, and 3 of you if you wanted to like bump into each other a bit. It's that kind of width and height type thing. So, along each side of the wall, on the left side of the wall, you see writing that Cordo you recognize as a dialect that was used in a lot of the Jedi manuscripts, and actually Galvin probably would recognize it as well with Inquisitor training. And on the right wall, you guys see script that is indicative of Sith.
All right, well, didn't want to cut anybody off, but while they were having their conversation about the door, Drogon would have pushed a button on one of his gauntlets, and the canines would have returned.
Okay, they come running back.
Yep. And then he sends them out again. He says, detain, and sends them out in front of them.
Okay, so you're sending them down the hall? Or...
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Alrighty. And are you guys following them down the hall at that point? And then, if so, in what order?
So,
Yeah, we'll follow. Can we do anything, like, does the script mean anything to us? Can we read it or recognize it as anything? Does it have some relevance for us?
It like on one side, the first part of it is your first walking down the hall is actually the Jedi code in the script, and the other side is the Sith code in the script.
okay.
When you get to after you go about 15 yards or so, it turns to, like, it opens like you come to the end of the hallway basically, and rather than turning down the left to another hallway, it actually opens up into like an atrium room. And in the room, it opens up into a room that's 50 foot around, and in the room you see statues, 4 each, that are poised in such a way that it's clear 4 of them are on one side and 4 on the other. The 4 on the left are clearly Jedi, and the 4 on the right are like, one of them is a striking similarity to Palpatine, like not identical, but like he's in that style, and he's got a single saber out and that sort of thing. Like, the sabers are clashed, making like in a big mess that makes like kind of a walkway through amongst them if you wanted to go beneath them and that sort of thing.
The architect of this prison has a perverse sense of humor.
Yeah, Galvin will remark, like, just in all my years of study in the great libraries of the Inquisition, I've never heard of such a place. A bastardization of both Jedi and Sith amalgamated into one.
Me neither. I'm curious how he can even create, whoever the architect is, how they can even create something that can be receptive of both sides of the Force.
It's oddly attractive.
Sense of humor.
Go figure, the Mandalorian's like, hey, that looks cool. Are you all
Cool.
starting under the statues? Are you going to go around the outside of them? Are you continuing in the room at all?
Galvin will just kind of glance at Corto, but then he's going to stride down the middle of them, like a sick wedding march.
Cordo's going to advance around the outside of the statues.
To the
The
right?
Jedi side.
The Jedi side? Okay.
Yeah.
And Drogon?
Unmute, damn it. He'd head around the outside on the left.
Okay, the opposite side from Corto. So y'all have taken all 3 routes, basically.
Yep.
Keeping your options open and that sort of thing.
Standing
I
up.
just want to see if I feel anything walking down the middle.
Galvin, as you make your way down the middle, as soon as you cross the halfway point of the room, the moment you've taken like a step to where you are completely on the other half of the room, the other 2 are less than halfway because they're having to go around the outside circle, basically. You both notice, both Cordo and Drogon, you'll notice this immediately. Galvin, you will feel it before you see it, and that is, there is a person that suddenly appears behind Galvin. The person looks like this.
Is it a ghostly person? Or a
No.
physical person?
It looks to be like a physical person. He's got a black robe with a purple trim to it. It looks like it has a hood, typical of Jedi or Sith, but it is down at the moment. And he looks like this. And he basically is just standing there with his hands tucked into the front of his robe, and he waits for Galvin to turn and see him, or for someone else to do something, perhaps. But he's standing there watching.
Does Galvin turn immediately? Or
Yeah, I
what
was going to
happens?
say I was on mute. With my sense, my sense kind of triggered.
It did not, but you felt a ripple in the force behind you, and then you felt like a breeze almost brush over you from behind you.
Okay, that would be enough to make me turn around sharply.
Yeah, Drogon would have raised his rifle and fired.
Okay.
Nice.
So Galvin's like feels this breeze, turns to look, and he sees a blaster bolt flying across the space from the direction that Drogon's at on his way towards him, kind of, because like I'm going to say you happen to turn in the direction that Drogon was at, so you see the blaster bolt, and it's coming pretty close to you, but it's not aimed at you clearly. The
Okay.
figure, as you turn enough to see him, and the bolt is headed for him, he reaches up and puts a hand up, and the bolt freezes, just like in Episode 7, like when Kylo Ren does that. The bolt stops, and it's literally like inches from his hand.
Cordo moves to flank.
And he looks at Galvin as he's like holding one hand out in the direction of the bolt. What brings you here?
We are here seeking somebody of immense power with the dark side, someone who has malintent for the galaxy.
You come seeking him that I protect. I cannot allow you deeper into this temple.
Are
We
you
come
the
to
one we're
prevent him
following?
from leaving.
Are you the one who ordered the artifact from Alderaan?
What artifact from Alderaan?
There was an artifact picked up by a Keldor from the ruins of Alderaan, and then purchased by a mysterious entity who have been tracking it. And that trail has led us here. Are you him?
I am not.
Then there is an
Okay,
intruder who's seeking to release another individual that is kept here.
He closes his eyes a moment. The prison is not yet breached if you believe that there is an intruder. You have opened the door, though.
What can I sense like what kind of what kind of force he uses? Is he light or dark?
You're not getting a read on him. You can feel him in the force, but he's not a paragon of either side.
Okay.
Are you the keeper of the prisoner?
I am.
Will you allow the intruder to release him?
What are you doing? Are you shouting this from behind the statues, or are you actually?
I've already approached. Yeah,
You
I've been
approached.
approaching him.
He looks towards. He kind of glances at Cordo, and then back at Galvin. What is the state of the galaxy? Who is in power?
There is
As
an
usual,
uneasy
the galaxy
balance.
is in balance.
And at this point, you guys hear and feel the dark side presence, the determined, arrogant presence, approaching down the hallway from whence you came. The canine droids both are like come on alert and look in that direction. Drogon indicate like they actually seem to sense him before you guys do, because they're not immune to force shroud. Or I mean, they are immune to force shrouds.
Cordo will glance and then glance back at this being, and he'll say, "The intruder we spoke of now approaches. We seek to prevent him from opening the prison. If you have similar intentions, join with us in preventing him from doing so."
The red-skinned figure says, "I will do what I can, and I will protect the prison." The individual approaching comes forward and he says, "Good. You have finally let me in." And behind him, you can see he's got the box on a hover sled, as he then ignites his double-bladed lightsaber. He says, "I have no further need of you."
Damn it! I don't like being a pawn. To be honest.
Cordo will turn to Galvin, give a nod, and say, just like we talked about. It's time.
Fine.
May the force be with you. You'll need it.
And roll initiative.
Nice. Cool.
This would be vigilance, because you're not being jumped by surprise, like you see this coming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
We're expecting
Galvin,
some kind of trap.
first time he'll take down his hood, revealing this like horrific like demon visage, and he's got his lightsaber in his hand, but he'll turn it sideways, and then out comes the double blade.
Okay. So we got a dual wielder, a double-bladed user versus a double-bladed user.
Joshua, out again for a second. My roller's not working, so I'm switching to the other one. So if you can just check my rolls there, everything should still show up for you. So I'll do it now. Vigilance. Okay, that's my vigilance roll there. The latest roll. 3 success, 3 advantages.
3-3.
Vigilance. Well, mine didn't come up either.
Yeah. So I switched to the non-beta version of that roller.
Yeah, mine broke too, so I guess we're just going to switch to the...
Do you want me to add the destiny too? We have 6 and 4.
Which one are we using?
Just the non-beta version.
Yeah.
The yellow one.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And now that's not working for me either.
Yeah, my vigilance worked at least.
Hang on just a second, I'll be right.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
I set up the destiny points there.
Cool. Yeah, you
I got 3 success, 2 advantage.
All
That wasn't
right.
an attack roll, tell me that much.
No, that was the vigilance check. There's no
I
difficulty.
know, I'm kidding.
And after Cordo says that to Galvin, he'll look to Drogon and he'll say, "We'll do whatever it takes to make an opening, and then you take your shot."
All right.
Just give him a nod.
So, Cordo got 3 and 3. Drogon, you got 3 and 1. It looks like.
I got
3
2
and
and
2.
2.
I've got to add advantage. An automatic advantage.
Okay. Basically, he got enough successes that he's first, then it's the 3 of you, and because he is an adversary and you guys outnumber him, he will get a second action each round, but it is last. Second action. And
So let's do the music. Are you ready?
he is first.
You don't get the music, GM, I'm sorry.
What?
It's only when we're acting we get the heroic music. You don't get nothing. You get
I see how it is. Alright, so as he lights his lightsaber, he goes into a lightsaber stance. Galvin, you immediately recognize the stance as Makashi Duelist style.
Actually, you do get the music because he's pretty badass.
And he says, "I would like to know your names before you die."
The only dying that'll be done here today is you, and I am Galvin Tark, High Inquisitor of the Red Hand. Remember it for the time you have left on this place.
Cordo will say, he'll look at him coldly and say, "I'm Cordo Vashj, son of Quinlan Vashj, and the legacy of the Jedi will put you down."
And he looks to the Mandalorian.
I have no name. I'm merely a soldier.
Very well. And he reaches up and pulls back his hood. and you guys finally get to see who the villain is. So, he says, and like he pulls off the apparatus over his face, and he says, "My name is Jar Jar Binks."
Awesome.
Jar Jar Binks.
Otherwise known
now we
as
have extra
Darth
motivation to kill that guy.
Cakus.
Darth what, sorry?
Cakus, the name that you
Uh-huh.
are finding. Like the
Nice.
Keldor had figured out the Darth's name, like the alias, and was using it for the information, basically.
That's awesome.
All right, so
I
he's
love
going
it.
to dash forward at that point in the Makashi style and attempt to eliminate the fellow Makashi double-bladed user first.
Okay, I've got my force dice up, buddy, just to let you know, so you're going to have to upgrade that bad boy twice.
Upgrade twice. Alright.
Jar Jar Binks, dear lord. The conspiracies are true.
Exactly.
Awesome, awesome.
That's
Let's see
awesome. I
here.
love
He is double wielding or dual wielding, so and then he's upgrading twice, so it'll be 1 purple, 2 red, and your melee defense is 3, right?
Yeah.
Alright.
However, 1 second, I do also have a little something extra for this, just this very situation. When it's okay, yeah, go on, make you roll, and then I'll tell you. Depending if it actually is applicable. Oh, that's gonna be no, it's not.
Alright, so the free advantage he gets from superior weapon offsets that threat, so but he just hits the once, not twice. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus the success to hit. So that is 16 damage coming from his lightsaber to you.
And that's through soak, right? Soak's 10. No, soak
you
6.
have
Yeah, breach.
you
Yes,
have
breach.
cortosis on your armor.
On my gloves, yeah, I've got refined. I've definitely got it on my gauntlets. And for some reason, I
Cortosis
don't think
attachment for your armor.
attachment superior. No, on my
Ouch.
gauntlets I do.
Oh, then yeah,
Ouch.
that. Well, it has breach 1, so you've got 10 soak. So yeah, it bypasses 10 points. So that's 16 wounds.
Ouch.
I figured
Thanks
for
for
sure you'd
going
have
down.
cortosis.
I do on my gauntlets. Damn it!
Gotcha.
I thought that was part of my armor, but clearly not. So,
Gotcha. So then it
You did get
is one of y'all's turn. Did that wasn't enough to knock you out outright, was it?
no, but I don't want to take another one, put it that way.
All right.
Drogon, do you want to snap a shot off while I'm moving to engage him? Because he rushed that Galvin.
Yeah.
That's up to you. I can fight him or
Yeah, Drogon will snap a shot off.
Okay.
Go for it. All right. So, I'm assuming you want to be at short range because that gets you the best stats and whatnot. So you'll be so it'll be normally 1 purple, but he has so it'd be 1 red, 1 purple, 3 black.
Ouch.
Nice.
All right. 4 success, 2 advantage, and a triumph. So that's, let's see, 18 plus 3, so that's 21 damage.
21 damage. Oh.
And I'll pass 2 boost dice to whoever PC goes next and use the triumph as a crit.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
Come on, baby, roll high. And I roll a 36.
36.
Yep.
I just realised why I don't use cortosis, because it's like more resistant, especially to energy weapons, and I just automatically assumed that was blasters.
Stinger, increase difficulty to next check by 1.
Nice. Take all that kind of stuff you can get.
Yes, sir.
Next up would be another one of you guys.
Can I go next since you got stabbed, Galvin?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Cordo, so he rushes in on Galvin, does his big hit on him. Drogon takes his awesome shot, and that gives Cordo the opportunity to flank this guy. And he moves in. He's got his 2 lightsabers ignited, and he just comes right in, swinging both blades.
Okay.
And so I'll upgrade.
So the 2 red and 4 black.
Wow. Okay. And movement counts as a maneuver, right?
Yes.
Moving to flank him? Okay. All right, here we go.
The flanking will give you a boost die, though, as he's fighting.
Come on. So I did not hit him, but I get some advantages. So I want to throw a couple boosts to Galvin when he takes his turn. So I'm going to say, like, my swings at him, he had to turn to dodge my swings, and it put his back to Galvin. So Galvin's got a boost to strike him.
Okay. All right.
Take that, Jar Jar.
And then Galvin's turn.
Okay.
Cut him down.
Hang on a second. I gotta restart my thing because the dice roller is not updating anymore.
Cut him down, dude.
Mate, that is a huge boo-boo on my behalf, not having the cortosis, because I had it on my gauntlet. I've got refined cortosis gauntlets, and I was like, oh, brilliant. And I saw it was 10 grand, and I was like, nah, that's only blaster weapons, and I can dodge most of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Slight oversight, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Right.
Most likely.
Yeah.
Especially since you have the highest soak in the team.
Yeah, it's, you know, his arrogance has finally caught up with him, it seems. Right, okay, so I've got those, and I've got an advantage to add. What would you like? Yeah, what would you like me to roll? Because I want to go for a linked, I think.
Okay, so base be difficulty 3. He upgrades it twice, so it becomes 1 purple, 2 red, and melee defense of 4, so 4 black.
Okay, hang on. So what do I need to activate linked? Is that advantages?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, no, I won't be linking it. I'm just going to go for a straight hit. So 1
Okay.
purple, 2 red, and what, 4 black?
Are you trying to double attack him? Or no?
No, I'm not, because what I was thinking, on my refined cortosis gauntlets, when I'm attacking with a lightsaber, I can use 3 advantage or a triumph to deactivate his.
Well, that's if you're attacking with your cortosis gauntlet.
Oh, dear God, I've really screwed up, haven't I? Right, okay. No, hang on.
Go for a linked hit. Why not, man? Just try to go for a linked hit. You'll do a big hit on him.
Yeah, okay. I'll go for... one sec. Got so many abilities. And... where is it? I want to disarm this bitch. Okay. No, again,
That's also
I'm
a
not...
good call.
Yeah, I'm not gonna link it because I need advantages for disarm. So... Okay, so 1 purple, 2 red, and 4 black, yeah?
If you're not linking it, then it's only 2 red, not 1 purple. You don't have the... because it starts with 2 purple and upgrades twice. So,
right,
so 2 purple, 4 black.
As well.
2 red, 4 black. There you go.
2 red, 4 black, and I've just flipped. Come on, advantages. Oh, shit.
You forgot to ask for successes, apparently.
Yeah. But no, I mean, I can use the advantages to disarm him, right? Oh, no, because it's got to be a successful lightsaber attack. Shit.
So,
I wasn't playing the music. That's why I sucked on the roll.
Throw some boosts or give him a setback.
Oh, yeah, I didn't have my boost either, did I?
Yeah, roll your 2 boosts, because, well, actually the 2 boosts won't make enough of a difference, but it could give you more advantages. No, just roll the 2
Take that
boosts.
roll instead.
So the 2 boosts gave you 4 more advantages, so you have 8 advantages, but you missed.
Well, can I not take the second roll? We count the first one as a miss roll and go
No.
with the second one.
No.
You gotta watch this guy.
I'll tell you. Okay, so what's that? 8 advantages.
Yep, 8 advantages.
Okay, I would like to. Is it possible? I'm going to throw off a bunch, but for my. Let's say that like I kind of like swing at him and like miss, but like I kind of follow through with the swing and then like kind of like a la Darth Maul style, a couple of like dance steps backwards, like middle, you know, legs in the air, kind of spinning away. Because I want to put some range between me and him.
Okay,
Just for
you
now.
want to back away from him. Okay, what
Yeah,
else?
but I want to do it in a really cool style.
Okay, what do you want to do with your advantages, though?
Well, I've got. Okay. How many to? I tell you what, who's next? Or is it top of the round?
Next will be him.
Okay,
He'll
I'm
have
gonna
a-
give
Give him a shit ton of setbacks.
setbacks. Yeah, was that 4
Give
setbacks?
him 4 setbacks. Okay. So he's going to upgrade his next attack, which he's going to be using now, and he'll have the 4 setbacks. And then he's going to try to take out the Jedi this time. What's your melee defense again?
Me?
Um,
The Jedi. Wow.
it's 5 for him
5?
because I've dedicated my force die, so I have 3 base plus 2 more.
Well, no,
It's
your
gonna be-
defense is 3.
Sorry, yeah, three defense, and then he has to upgrade his difficulty
Right.
by 2.
So it's 1 purple, 2 red, 7 black. And then he's going to do that. And then he's going
Wish me luck,
to
guys. This might hurt too.
aim. And then he's going to strain to aim again.
Oh, nice. I'm gonna do that then.
And then he's
Hear the
going
hero
to...
music.
He's going to... Isn't sense...
He's gonna walk away and let us win.
Actually, before you go on with that, I've actually, because we're not using the beta roller, I actually get an automatic advantage anyway with my lightsaber, so that would have been 9 advantages. So
Okay.
4 setbacks and then pass a blue to the next.
Next ally. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
It's fine. We're not used to dealing with characters with quite this much power.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Looking at sense danger. So he's going to use his sense danger as his incidental once per game session. Remove 2 setbacks from 1 skill check. So he's down to 5 setbacks.
That's once per session.
Yeah, once per session he can do that. So he's using that now. That's one of those things that when you're outnumbered 3-1, there's no point in sitting on that ability. So here we go.
Oh boy.
And then, so he's going to hit you for the 15. And do you have cortosis on your armor?
I do most certainly have cortosis on my armor.
Okay. And,
That was my first purchase.
yeah. So that was so the 15 because you actually get your soak, so that's 9.
Yeah, I have 7 soak right now.
Oh, 7. So that's 8 damage. The free advantage from Superior he will use to trigger his link, so he'll get hit for 8 again after the soak.
Okay.
And the Triumph will be a... he's going to use his Makashi style Dinso, or however you say that, to use the Triumph to disarm you of one of your lightsabers. The crackling one, if there are different stats, I don't know.
Okay, I'll just say that's the one in my left hand.
Okay.
Okay, so that's 8 plus 8, right? His actual damage?
Yeah, 8 and 8, so 16.
Okay, so I'm going to mitigate some of that.
With protection.
Yeah. Abso-frickin-lutely. Okay.
Alright, and then it would be top of the round, his turn again. And he is not liking the Mandalorian now, so he's going to send an attack your way too. Does he have a ranged attack? Did I overlook that? I did. He does not have a ranged attack.
He doesn't have a boomer?
A what?
What is it, like those blue balls, boomers? He's like, Misa no have a boomer.
Oh. No, I should have given him one. That would have been great. Actually, okay, what he's going to do is for his maneuver, he's going to close on Drogon, and whenever he does so, you see his boots send out a pulse of burst of energy. They are R82 jump boots, and so he closes the gap and gonna try to just stab Drogon. Like he comes down like with a single one, going for the through the face type thing.
Can I ask a quick question?
Maybe.
Where's the Guardian gone? Who's I will help you deal with this? You know,
he's not very helpful.
Yeah, he's done nothing.
So far,
whole round's passed, and he's just stood there watching.
Yeah. Never know. He might do something.
He can feel free to hold out his hand and stop the lightsaber blades.
Yeah, there you go.
Why would he want to do that? This is the most entertainment he's had in 3,000 years.
There you go.
True enough.
So Drogon, you have melee defense of 3, right? And it'd be difficulty 2. So, boom. Oh my goodness, he missed you.
Wow.
The advantages, he's going to give Drogon 2 setback dice on his next attack roll. And then it is 3 PC's turn.
I guess Drogon, you're next, right? In our order.
Yeah, I guess since he's engaged with me, I'll go ahead and go again, and I'm gonna do the same as last time. So let's see. Well, difficulty the same. 1 purple, 1 red, and now 5 setback.
It would actually be 2 red now and no purple because +1 difficulty being engaged over sword.
Okay.
And yeah, it'd be 5 setback now because he gave you 2.
Yep. All right. Well, I am going to use a light side.
Okay. Oh snap!
So that's another 21 points of damage, and another critical +10. So that's
Nice.
40 for the crit. Well, actually, it'd be +20 because it's his second crit from me.
Well, no, it's the second one's so you're going to do it as a both triumphs for crit.
Yeah.
So it'd be the percentile +20, so it's 50.
So 50 is Headringer. Difficulty, let's see, increases difficulty at all intellect and cunning checks by 1 until end of encounter.
Intellect and cunning, okay.
Which probably doesn't with my luck.
I'll be right back.
But either way, it's another 21 points of damage.
Yeah.
All right.
Awesome.
And like that blast, I mean, you're at point blank range. It's kind of like the blast Kylo took to the gut, where it's like it actually drives him back a step basically, and he grabs his gut where you hit him, and there's a splatter of blood on the floor. And then it's whoever's going next for you guys.
Sure, I'll jump in.
Oh, and I fall back. Sorry.
Oh, for your maneuver, move to short away from him.
Oh wait, let me. I'm going to try a force power, so John,
Okay.
it'll be beneficial.
Yeah, sure, go ahead. I'm just going to swing at him again.
Okay, what range is he at now?
He's at short at the moment.
He's at short. Okay, well, let me check.
And Drogon, are you falling back towards the 2 of them, or in the opposite direction, or what?
Opposite direction of them.
Okay, so
Further
you're
back-
now
further
medium
back
into
into the
them
room.
at the moment. Yeah, you're basically at the kind of at the doorway now.
Okay, so I am going to attempt to. I'm just going to like throw my hand out at him and attempt to force bind him, just like hold him.
Force bind.
Nice.
All right, let's see what the rules on that one are, because I have not actually even used that one yet at all.
The user may spend the force dice to immobilize the target, well, a light or dark side point, to immobilize the target within short range until the end of the user's next turn. If the user generates a dark, I can also suffer 1 wound for the check, ignoring soak.
Okay.
What's his resist? Does he roll a discipline or something to resist it? Or he just gets immobilized?
I'm not that, I don't know.
I think it just gets immobilized.
Yeah, preventing the target from acting. Because I've only got 1 spare boost force dice going, because the one's on my defense. I've only got 1. I can't upgrade it, so I can just like try and immobilize him.
Yeah, just roll your force die.
Alrighty.
Wow, I did not realize it was quite that powerful. So it'll make him
I
lose
think
his.
there's a way to resist it somehow. Like all force powers have some kind of resist.
There's a
Not-
power called suppress, which gives automatic.
Yeah, there is a
memory.
force power that allows you to, but
Unfortunately, Jar Jar don't seem to have it.
no, I didn't give him that one. I felt it was a little too powerful, considering how much else I gave him.
Okay, I've just rolled the light side, so what do I? Can I use that?
Yeah,
and
you
just
use-
tell what?
Or no, wait, you're right.
I'm
You're
a dark
actually
side
the
user.
side, so
So
you
can
can
I just
spend a
that
destiny-
was kind of a nice thing to do, or spend a destiny.
you spend a destiny and suffer 2 strain to use the wrong kind. So
That or suffer conflict.
Yeah, I'll suffer conflict. I'll start thinking that Corto, he's not actually a bad dude.
is it conflict or is it suffer
We
strain?
both do what it takes to get the job done. You can respect that much about Cordo.
Yeah, I think it's 2 strain if you use the opposite thing. It's like in Sean's game, my guy's just tumbling from good guy to he's on a slippery slope. The amount of conflict he's taking for using dark side points.
Yeah, you take conflict if you use the opposing power.
But do I have to use a force dice to do that? Or can I just use it anyway and go, well, I'll take 2 conflict rather than a destiny and 2 strain?
It's a destiny.
Destiny and conflict.
Yeah, destiny and conflict, not strain. I guess strain is
Okay.
from. Yeah, okay. Strain must be from the beta. Like that was before they had introduced, flushed out the conflict system more.
Okay, I'm up. Okay, so I'm up to 3 now. Okay, yeah, I'll flip that light side point, yeah, because we're the good guys in this, I guess.
Yep.
All right, there you go. So yeah, I've kind of used force bind, which will bind until the end of. You can't do nothing until the end of the turn.
Wow, that is pretty
Get him,
powerful.
lads! Get him quick!
Is it end of this round or until the end of your next turn?
The user's next turn.
All right, so his next 2 turns are invalid.
Chop away, boys, chop away. Like Galvin's just stood there with his arm outstretched, like concentrating on kind of holding this being of immense power in position. Like sweat, well, you can't see he's got a mask on, but sweat's breaking out and everything. He's like, "Ugh."
Awesome.
Calling on every fiber.
Cordo's ready. Shing. It's
So I was
time.
like, yeah, let me go next, because like I might, if this works.
I think it's Cordo's turn, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So what?
Slice and dice.
Do I get some boost or something for this guy being immobilized? I'm just literally gonna walk up and just stab my lightsabers into him. So, does he lose some of his immense defense capabilities?
That's what I was trying to find. It doesn't say you do. And it actually just immobilizes. It doesn't prevent someone from acting. So if they have like a mental action or something like that, they can still do that.
Yeah, cause, on my character it says the force user restrains an enemy, preventing the target from acting. The user may spend the force dice to immobilize the target within short range until the end of the user's next turn. And if I generated a dark side point, he would have took a wound, but I didn't.
Yeah.
So you just got to look at immobilize then after that and see if that has any special.
Oh, that might be an
details.
actual keyword that actually. That's a good point. I wish they would like bold the keywords.
Or cross-reference things. Like, go to this page for immobilize. I don't see it here though. So I guess he just cannot take actions, right? Or movement.
I
He can't
think
physically move.
he can't
basically.
physically move. So like he can, even if you engage with him, he's not gonna be able to hit you with a lightsaber because he can't move his arms. But if he if he has harm, that's a mental action drawing on the Force. He can still do that at someone, I think.
So I think he'll still get his defense from his armor, but I think if he was getting any defense from his weapon or anything like that, I don't
he's
think he can
getting
use it.
he's getting. So basically, okay, he's gonna have. Normally, you're gonna attack. Are you gonna try to double attack or just single attack?
Yeah, I'm double attacking.
That would be 3 purple, which becomes 1 purple and 2 red because of his status. And then his melee defense, because of the immobile, I'm going to say it's going to drop down to 3 instead of 4. Because most of that's his armor anyway. Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay. I'm going to aim. I'm going to walk up to him with my lightsabers, burn it. Actually, can I take, if necessary, can I take double strain? I want to pick up my lightsaber and still aim. Because he disarmed me, right, in the last round?
Right, so you pick up your lightsaber and then...
And then aim with both for my second maneuver. Take the strain for that.
Okay. And I already used a destiny point to upgrade so that you don't have that, so it'd be basically it's 3 red and 3 black is your attack roll here.
Okay.
With your aim and whatever your...
Okie dokie, here we go. May the Force be with us. And it's a complete wash.
Wow.
What the hell is that?
Now, you've got superior weapons, so those give you the free advantages, so at least you can give someone else a boost or something.
Okay. So I don't even know how that works. How do I miss him? Do you want me to just re-roll that so there's at least some result? It's kind of weird that I would just miss him. He's just immobilized right there.
Well, it's actually not that weird because I'm going to say you don't actually miss him. You just underestimated his armor because it is Cortosis weave and fairly high soak that whenever you go for the strike, it just like glances off of the Cortosis. So I mean, like you scratched his armor, but it just didn't. You just completely underestimated the armor.
Okay.
Because otherwise, an immobile target being missed by someone at your skill level just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. So all right, so I'll send 2 boosts to the next guy who goes. Or does he go before us?
He does, but he's immobile.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
So he
but if he's gonna do something though, I'm kind of thinking to give him some setbacks on whatever he's gonna do.
So do you want to give him a setback or give 2 boost dice to whichever ally goes next?
If it's a 1 or 2, then I'll give 2 to the next person. It's not worth it for just 1 setback.
So let's see here. Do I have any force powers that he can do? Oh, I do.
Yeah, I thought so.
But how am I going to use that? Oh, he's got the box behind him. Duh. It's a silhouette 1 box. He's going to force move and hurl the box at Galvin, since you're the one who bound him. So, force move, that is a ranged light. Force power. He's got 1 dedicated at the moment, so...
You need to upgrade that bad boy twice. Plus range defense of 3.
Your range is defense of 3?
Yeah. And there's no need to flip points, come on.
No, I gotta flip points here because he needs to take you down. His maneuver will be to aim since he's got nothing else to do other than just sit there and stare a hole in you if he can.
I can take that.
And he'll suffer strain to aim a second time. And it's ranged light. He's at short range. That would be 1 purple normally. Upgraded twice becomes 1 purple, 1 red. So it's 1 purple, 1 red, 3 black.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the box comes flying off the hover vehicle that he's got it on, narrowly missing you. The advantage is, as you duck out of the way, you're going to suffer... actually... He's going to use it to give himself boost dice. 4 boost dice. In whatever he does next.
Yeah.
Because if you just do bind again, there's no use of setbacks on that, so he's not going to give you setbacks.
Can you give 4 boost dice to one character?
Yep. Well, you can give it to whoever's next, and he's the only ally he has. So it's his turn. At the top of the round, so he'll have the 4 boost dice. I'll spend.
He's going again.
What?
He's going again.
Yeah, that was the last one. Was the last action of the round, and now it's the top of the round again.
Okay.
And he's going to, as the box goes hurling past you, Galvin dodges away while trying to hold him in the force, and the box comes zipping right back towards you from behind. Are you kidding me? Well, with 3, he will. He misses, but with 3, he's gonna run it close enough to you that you will actually lose your defenses next round. And with the triumph, he'll knock you prone. And then it is the 3 of y'all's turn.
Drogon, take a shot.
Okay, yeah, Drogon's going to take his shot using true aim and all that, and does his setbacks go down for me as well?
Yes, at the moment.
Okay, to 0 or just down by 1?
Oh wait, because it's ranged. No, yeah, down by 1.
Alright. And while firing, Drogon also shouts at his hounds to attack.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh, yes, that's 18 plus 5, so that's 23 damage.
Oh, that's sick.
That's great.
Um,
You don't need us, man. You can just take this guy out yourself.
Well,
and
you guys provide the distraction.
And the hounds, beings as they're my companion-esque sort of things, they'll go on my turn as well.
Yeah.
Alright, so both of them come up and they make a, let's see, so that's a melee attack. Or not melee, but brawl.
The 2 purple normally, which becomes 2 red because of his adversary, and then they have 3 melee defenses. 2 red, 3 black against the hounds.
Alright. First one misses, but passes 5 boost to the next one.
He grabs an ankle and tries to bare the leg for the other one.
And, damn it.
He grabs the other leg. And
3 boost to the next PC.
Alright, who's up next?
Which would be
Since you're
Cartels.
Galvin's prone? Yeah, okay. I'll go next then. Alright,
Well, I mean, I think that makes sense. That way we keep him bound as long as possible.
that's what I'm thinking, yeah. It's better. Okay, so Cordo went in, he missed his 2 strikes, the box comes flying in, Galvin's knocked down, Drogon takes his shot, his awesome shot, just blowing holes in this guy.
Yeah.
The K9 droids come in, just chomping and
Grabbing
just
an ankle each
shaking,
and-
just shaking at him. And Cordo moves in again, circling around, just coming in from behind again. So you gave me 3, right? 3 boosts?
Yep, 3 boosts.
Okay. And I'm probably going to aim twice for this, too.
Okay.
And do my stuff. So is it still the 3 setbacks, right? Because he's immobilized?
Yep.
Okay. This is it. For the gold. Yes, finally.
Oh my goodness.
All right. It's party time.
So that's, what's your base damage again?
So in my right hand, it's going to be 8 plus 5. In my left hand, it's going to be 9 plus 5.
So, boom, boom, so...
And I've got the extra advantages.
The first attack slices through, slices deep into his torso, even against the hard armor. The second attack, as you bring it around to meet the other blade halfway through, you actually decapitate him.
Oh, sweetness.
As you knock him below 0 with the second attack.
I'd almost want to do it like just execution, where I just bring the blades across like that.
Yeah.
If I know it's going to kill him, and he's immobilized anyway, I'd like to do it theatrically like that, like just bring the blades across his throat like that.
Actually, since the boost from the dogs are involved, I'm going to say that since they both grabbed an ankle and he's immobilized, the first blow was like an uppercut almost, and sliced like clean up, and we'll say it like comes up and catches this side of the neck and leaves it parted open, and the second blow comes down on that exposed part and manages to clean through, not like clean off, but like like you severed the spine and it's like deep into the armor basically.
And then I'm just gonna kick him down the rest of the way.
All right. Well, he's immobilized. He doesn't get the choice. He's like sitting there hovering in the force as Galvin holds on to him.
Alright.
So Galvin, it's your turn.
Sweet.
Galvin will kind of like with his hands still outstretched, he'll just kind of like pick himself up to his feet, and then just with like a vicious kind of downward thrust of his hand, he'll just slam the headless corpse into the floor.
Awesome.
He thought he was strong in the dark side. He didn't meet Galvin.
And I've just realized that bind is my new favorite power, because if you're bound, you can't parry or reflect.
Yeah, you can't physically move.
Yeah, because that's just, I mean, because otherwise your blows to him from the lightsabers, because he has a really high parry score, he would have just suffered 3 strain and reduced the damage to nothing each time, basically, until you like zeroed him out of strain, basically.
Yeah, I looked it up, and it's a different story when it's targeted on a PC. There's a resistance.
Oh, is there?
For any force power that's used on a PC from another PC, there's an opportunity to oppose.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
NPCs is, for sure.
As the body drops to the ground, once Galvin eventually lets go, the red-skinned Force apparition basically steps back forward and says, "I guess you did not need my assistance."
Cordo will pop a stim pack in just to get topped up again, and he'll just say, "Well, your assistance would have made that a lot easier and faster."
Probably not.
Yeah, Galvin will be popping stims like they're going out of fashion. Like 1, 2.
Let's see, it'll take you 5, 9. Actually, you're down how many hit wounds?
I'm down 14 wounds.
So it would
I think
take
I've
you
got
4
5
stim
stim
packs.
packs.
It would take you 4, because it would be 5, 4 is 9, plus 3 is 12, plus 2 is 14. And you can still get 1 more wound point from 1 more if you needed to.
No, I'm good.
Cordo, you had already used 1 or 2 before in the previous
1. This is my second one.
So you'll heal 10 if you use a full 4. And
I've got the stim pack specialization too, so I get the bonus wounds.
oh, okay. So you'll heal 14 from the full 4. If you don't,
Yeah, I'm gonna
if you
just
only have
top
1
up.
level. Yeah. So All right. So everyone, after injecting themselves full of drugs again, it's like, all right, let's go get in.
Drogon just looks at the two of me and says, all right, so do we all walk away from this?
And Cordo will nod at Drogon and say, to be fair, I couldn't have done it without the two of you, and you did act honorably. So we can consider this a truce, and next time we meet, we can see where things stand at that point. But I'm willing to let bygones be bygones in honor of this victory.
Galvin will just look over him and go, it's been emotional.
Has it?
Yeah, he'll be like, I agree that we should walk away from this separately, but the next time we meet it might be a different story.
Agreed.
Well, then let's find the surface and have a drink before we part.
What are y'all doing with
like
the box?
A damn good idea. Oh yeah, hang on, here we go, box.
Yeah, Cordo's not sure that's a great idea.
Actually,
if y'all actually
know what's funnier is if, like, as the camera pans as you guys start out to leave, the tomb or the prison seals behind you, and the box, like the camera pans as the box is still in the prison now.
Seal it in here. It's safe here.
Yeah.
Whatever it wasn't going to be good.
Yeah, like when it flew, did it shatter by any means? Or no, it's steel, right? So it didn't?
It can take a capital ship weapon hitting it because it's a Duro steel-plated box. So, like, being hurled around the room a few times now.
Okay.
All right, guys.
So when Drogon says, like, you know, this is the best place for it, Cordo kind of looks at the box and thinks some things are better left unopened. If it's safer here, I'm fine with that too.
Yeah, like how many times would two people of our persuasions work together to open that door? That was the genius of the prison.
This is likely the first and the last.
Agreed.
Hopefully, anyway. Otherwise, the galaxy's doomed. All right.
You know, people can be enemies but still behave honorably with each other.
Yeah, you know.
That is the end of the May the 4th game. Jar Jar Binks, otherwise known as Darth Takis. For anyone interested, Darth Takis was built as a Gungan with the... he has all three of the Mystic career paths, the Advisor, the Makashi Duelist, and the Seer. He also has the Shadow career path. And in honor of the fact that this the club was founded a little over a year ago, he has 2015 experience.
Holy crap.
Jesus.
Yep. And
Cordo was Shadow to start with, and then he went Protector, and he took the Sense and Protection Force powers.
So yeah, for those watching, this was a little excessive. One of the things I wanted to see, like, just what a 500 XP character could be challenged by. Now I know that Bind can neutralize things pretty quickly. Better believe the next one I won't be feeling sorry about throwing several levels of adversary. I just haven't had 2 levels of adversary with all the talents he had. To just have the flat 2 upgrades all the time. But I won't feel sorry about having a big villain have lots of adversary in the future.
That's still a good fight, though. He hurt us pretty good.
I think that worked out well, because he absolutely destroyed me. But then, like, you know, just kind of like, rah, like just lashed out with the Force, which turned the tide in our favor. Yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
That was good. It was a lot of fun, Joshua. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome.
And we'll go ahead and sign off here. This is just a part of the Tides of Change group. For anyone watching that has not been familiar with us, check us out on Facebook or on Google Hangouts, is it Google Plus, whatever it is. I can't remember what it's called. Have a good one.